I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team, where we are tracking showers, storms, some of those severe, moving through our area tonight. This is an extended weather update here on 11 Alive Plus as these storms are rolling through. We have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings in effect now, with numerous counties included in those. First, all of us are in a thunderstorm watch. Severe thunderstorm watch until midnight tonight. This is for North Georgia, Metro Atlanta, and down to the south of us, even down to the Macon area. Really, Macon and north of Columbus, Macon to LaGrange northward is where we have this severe thunderstorm watch in effect until the midnight hour. We are already seeing some of those storms moving in. The main threats we're watching: bands of heavy rain, also some wind, and hail is a higher threat with these storms compared to some of the storms that we have had in the past, and we have had numerous reports of hail in some of these storms already. And this is a look at the hail environment as we go through the rest of the evening hours tonight. Where you see the yellows and oranges, that's where we begin to see a little better chance for hail. It doesn't mean that all of us are going to see hail out of this, but this is the environment conducive for some hail to develop. We have a cold core of air aloft, and that is conducive for some of that hail to develop. Now, it will start to diminish later on this evening as those storms move away during the nighttime hours tonight. But here's a look at Doppler radar. You can see these storms now that we are watching just north of us here in Atlanta. We don't have any rain here in the city yet, but we do have these showers and storms in West Georgia moving quickly into the West Metro and North Metro area. We also have these up to the north. Another severe thunderstorm warning just developed there along the Georgia-South Carolina line, with that storm moving into South Carolina. Most of what we're seeing with this right now is the main threats, is a look at the hail. I want to show you here, I'm going to get just the latest that I have right now with the latest warning that we have for northeastern Paulding, also Cherokee County, Cobb, Floyd, Polk, and Bartow County. A severe thunderstorm located near Seney or near Cedartown, moving east at 40 miles an hour. $half size hail is possible with that, and that could do some damage to some vehicles. So that's what we're seeing out there. This is observed, not radar indicated hail, but observed hail, $half size in diameter. So here's a look at what we're watching with these storms that are up to the north of us right now. Again, in Atlanta, we're fine. The closest one to us, these storms over in West Georgia that are strong, that's the one that has that $half size hail with it. We'll get a closer look at that here in just a second. But look at these severe thunderstorm warnings to the north of us. The north end of Lake Lanier near Gainesville, that's moving into parts of Banks County. So Hall, Jackson, and Banks County have a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:30 tonight. That's about another let's say 12, 13 minutes for that severe thunderstorm warning. This storm back here that is moving out of Pickens County through Dawson County, moving into Lumpkin County, is another severe thunderstorm warning. That's in effect until 7:45 tonight. And then go back over to this one in West Georgia. This is the storm near Cedartown, a pretty tight little storm here, not impacting a large area, but it is very intense where we're seeing those storms right now. So as this moves on over to the east, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Bartow, Cherokee, Cobb, and also Polk County. I want to get a closer look at this one and take a look at the hail core in association with it here. And we'll be able to see the size of some of that hail that we're watching. And that, again, is one of the bigger threats that we have with this storm as it's moving in. Now, as I told you, this is a very compact storm where we see the system that is moving through. And this is north of Cedartown, north and east of Cedartown, just west of Aragon. So this is moving toward Aragon right now and be crossing over 101 in just a little bit. Most likely will stay just to the north of the Rockmart area. I want to do a hail size on this, and this part that you see right here is just under an inch in diameter. So around an inch in diameter would be the size of a quarter. It's now a little bit less than that, but again, we had an observed confirmation of $half size hail with that a little while ago, so it may be shrinking just a bit as it gets a little bit closer to the Aragon area. So very intense storms as they continue to move on through. I want to take you back to the reflectivity, and there again is that severe thunderstorm warning there just from Cedartown over to Aragon and Rockmart, where we have that really heavy rain. There's the latest scan right there coming through, and it's right over Aragon right now and over the Rockmart area and into areas of Taylor County, Taylorsville, And I want to put a track on this. I want to get a second check here of the speed of this storm as it is moving over generally to the east at about 40 miles an hour. So let me do a track on this coming out of the Cedartown area, and we'll be able to watch that storm as it moves in and get an idea of how fast it is going here. I'll go right to the core of that storm, moving over. Okay, let me check one more thing here really quick. Just ignore that timeline. I want to do another part of this right here. So there's that core of that storm as it moves over to the east at about 40 miles an hour. That would then be taking it into Iron Stab at 724, over to Crossroads at 740, eventually into Kennesaw at 752. If that holds together, then it would move outside of this polygon area. But if it holds together, it would move over toward Chattahoochee Plantation. We'll be watching this one very closely because we have Truist Park right here. That particular cell may stay just to the north of Truist Park, but again, one to watch out there as these storms continue to move over to the east. We're getting some additional information in right now. I am monitoring the National Weather Service chat, where we're getting more information on these storms, and we're getting a lot of reports of hail with this. In Floyd County, we had reports of golf ball size hail at Michael Boulevard between Cedartown and Floyd County. 2-inch hail possible in some spots as well with these storms. Cedartown, again, this hailstone the size of very large hail there. So it's been upgraded now to the potential for 2-inch hail, which would be considerable damage possible here in these areas over in parts of West Georgia with that hail. Let me go back to the hail. Go back to hail here. So yeah, according to our radar, it is starting to shrink a little bit. So it may have been just a little bit larger just a few minutes ago as those storms have been firing up there to the west of us and also to the north of us. We're also keeping an eye on this one in Carrollton, in western Carroll County, because that is going to be moving in this direction. We'll be getting closer to the Atlanta area. So all of these storms have been developing north of the main system, north and east of the main system here, that is still out to the west of us. Look at all of this in North Alabama and into Tennessee. All of this stuff still has to sweep through our area tonight. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings with that back into Alabama. And of course, we have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect here and back into Alabama too. So we're really just getting started with these storms that are cranking up out there. And they will continue to move into our direction during the evening hours tonight. And I really don't think they're going to weaken that much as they move in. You hear us a lot of times talking about the heat of the day, where we did get into the mid and upper 70s out there for today. And then once the sun goes down, that heat starts to kind of come down a little bit. We see some slightly cooler air, and that aids in the potential for some of these storms to weaken. We're not seeing any signs of that yet, as of course the sun hasn't totally gone down yet, but we normally start seeing a little bit of cooling now around this time. So we do expect to see these storms remain strong through the evening hours tonight, and after midnight, a lot of these may move to the east of us and start to kind of calm down just a little bit more, but still plenty of these up to the north. Now, the thing I want you to see here, we don't have any tornado warnings. Let me just check this one more time. I'm just hearing this going off here. Yeah, they're saying that the one in Hall County and Banks County, the cell is moving out of Banks County. They said that they are going to let that expire at 7:30. We don't know yet if they'll issue additional warnings there over to the east of that. And then we also have to watch this line of storms just to the west of Rome. As those continue to move in, those are going to be strong too. So this is what has prompted our 11 Alive weather impact alert as this band of rain moves in. What's happening is, in fact, let me show you. Here's another look at that, and you can see the watches that are in effect for North Georgia and also back into Alabama. I want to show you the convective outlook. And I'm going to pause it at the very beginning because I want you to see this is where we're seeing those storms that are developing out there right now. And this is a cold pocket of air aloft here. and that is helping these storms to get a little bit stronger, where you have some lift up into that colder air aloft. And where you see that, we also have the hail that is more possible with that in those colder temperatures that are aloft in areas to the north and also to the west of us. And then that level 2 risk does cover us here up in metro Atlanta and much of North Georgia, as we're tracking those storms that are moving in, and still that cold air aloft over us too. That's why we're seeing a better chance for some hail with these storms moving in. So we do have the weather impact alert that's in effect from now until about 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm keeping it until 3. I really think a lot of the severe weather is going to be gone before 3 o'clock, but I'm keeping it until 3 just to make sure that it does clear our area to the east. Those main threats are rain, wind, and hail. This kind of storm would be a good idea to keep your car in the garage. Now, not everybody is going to get hail out of this, but some people will. And some of this hail has been large and could do damage to some cars. So just out of precaution, keep your car in the garage for tonight, for this evening, or try to keep it covered. Because these storms do have some hail in association with them that could damage your car. And here again is a look at the main threats that we are watching, where we do see those temperatures that have been warm today, kind of fueling these storms as they move in. We hope that maybe some slight cooling this evening would temper these and make them come down a little bit, but the heavy rain is a moderate risk. And we say heavy rain because we think the rainfall rates are going to be impressive with this system. But we also have to watch, it's moving very quickly, so it's not going to leave a lot of rain behind as it moves over to the east. So it's going to be heavy rainfall rates, but that rain won't last a long time. It's going to be brief heavy rain. Also, the strong wind, more of a moderate risk too. Tornado risk is very low, and that's what I wanted you to notice here. Back into Alabama and North Georgia, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, but we haven't had any tornado warnings with this. This is not really the type of system where we would see a tornado outbreak. Hail is also a threat with this too, and that's up to the moderate range. And this system has the potential for more hail than the others that we have had so far this year because of the way this is all setting up. Let me get back to radar. We just have a new update here. The National Weather Service is upgrading this storm here, saying considerable damage is possible because of the large hail in association with it. Up to 2 inches in diameter is possible with this storm. I also want to watch here. Okay, so let me look at velocity just to make sure. I just saw a little interesting little part of this, that little notch right here. That looks really interesting around Rockmart, but I just looked at the velocity with that, and it's not really showing anything too crazy out there right now with any rotation. Again, this is not a type of system that's going to have a lot of rotation with it. But let's go back to the hail. And again, our radar, our Doppler is not showing the larger hail that they have seen there. But so I just want you to be aware, this is some large hail with this storm too. Let me, golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. This has been observed, radar indicated, and also observed by folks there in areas of Polk County when it moved through Cedartown and toward the Rockmart area with that large hail in association with it. And that's why the National Weather Service has upgraded this warning to say considerable damage is possible with this. I want you to look at this radar here for just a moment. I've got to step out of the screen for just a second, but you can see that radar there with those storms as they continue to push through the area right now that are strong, and large hail is the main thing that we're watching here with that system as it continues to move on over to the east, and will be bringing that heavy rain into North Cobb. You're going to be next to see that heavy rain pushing into your area here in just a little bit there, coming through Paulding County, northern Paulding County, and then moving into those areas of northwestern Cobb County. We hope that that is going to be just far enough to the north of Truist Park that maybe it will skip Truist Park for now. But again, something we have to keep an eye on. And then, as I mentioned, this is just the beginning. Look at these storms back in Alabama right now, where we have this heavy rain from Gunnersville crossing over Interstate 59. That's about to move into Floyd County. I really think that next we will see some warnings here in Floyd County, also Polk County again, most likely seeing some of those warnings. And then Northwest Georgia, I expect to see a lot of those warnings moving into your area here in just a little bit too, with that heavy rain, thunder and lightning and hail being the main threats. In fact, I'm going to put the hail up here, and we can look at all of these individual storms. There's another one there back between near Albertville, Gadsden, and Fort Payne. Between Gadsden and Fort Payne right here on Interstate 59. That's some really large hail falling there too. So we've got to keep an eye on that. That could make it over into Floyd County, or even also into parts of Polk County as well, with those large hailstones that are going to be coming down for you there. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. The National Weather Service kind of updating some of these. They allowed the one for North Hall and Banks County and Jackson County to expire at 7:30. It has weakened a little bit as it moves on over to the east. We still have this one in parts of Dawson County and also a little bit of Lumpkin County right here, just south of Dahlonega. Speaking of that, I want to look at our tower cam in Dahlonega at University of North Georgia. I'm going to put this up here in just a second, and you will be able to see that camera. It'll show up here at the bottom of the screen, but I want to show it to you live here, full screen here as well. And this is showing here in Dahlonega. Heavy rain right now falling on the University of North Georgia. Low visibility there too as we see these showers and storms moving in, and a severe thunderstorm warning in effect just south of this camera that we're watching in parts of Lumpkin County, with that heavy rain continuing to move on through there. Large hail still a possibility for this storm. Coming out of Polk County, moving into the northern parts of Cobb County, actually Paulding County right now, then moving into northwestern Cobb. Truist Park right here. We do have some lightning nearby. It'll be interesting to see if that's going to be close enough for them to halt play at Truist Park. And then maybe this storm would stay just to the north of them. But I do think that it's going to be hard for Truist to be able to get that entire game in tonight without any delays, because we'll have additional rain that'll continue moving into our area for the rest of the nighttime hours. And that's what you see back into Alabama. Those heavy showers and storms here, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. Almost all of North Alabama or Northeast Alabama is in a severe thunderstorm warning right now, just with all of these clusters of storms with that heavy rain, wind, and again, thunder and lightning with those storms as well. I'll put the lightning back on here, and let me do a lightning track out of all of this. Let's put this into live mode, and we will query here the lightning out of all this in northern parts of Alabama and into North Georgia, moving through Tennessee and North Carolina. About 287 lightning strikes. That is a lot of lightning, but for a large area, it's not crazy. Sometimes in spring storms, we see thousands of lightning strikes in a 15-minute period, but 287, that is still impressive. We'll kind of keep an eye on those numbers to see if they start trending up or trending down. We hope they start trending down, and that would show that there is a sign, that would be a weakening sign of that some of those storms might be weakening a bit as the sun goes down. This is the next system that I'm a little more concerned about, with a lot of lightning coming out of Alabama that is most likely going to be moving into Floyd County. I expect any moment now that we could have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Floyd County, maybe parts of Polk County too. Now, Polk, you already had a severe thunderstorm warning with this storm, and I bet they're about to take Polk County out of that and include just northern parts of Paulding County and northwestern Cobb. But you may have another one as this moves over to the east into South Floyd and the northern parts of Paulding County too, with very heavy rain, thunder, and lightning with that. I want to get another look at our hail that is moving through with that. All right, so still some hail with that right on the Polk County, Paulding County, and the Bartow County line here, the southern Bartow County line. with that bit of hail, maybe a little smaller than it was earlier. And then this hail still looking impressive here along Interstate 59. That's what may move into Floyd County. That could prompt another severe thunderstorm warning, for folks just to the south of the Rome area. A lot of lightning with that too. Getting a lot of reports here. Let me check on the National Weather Service here as we are getting numerous reports of hail. Large hail with these storms pushing through. Again, a lot of areas of golf ball size hail, Pickens-Dawson County line. And in fact, the hail there is thick enough that it's actually causing a ground fog in parts of Dawson County because of the cooler air aloft and the hail coming down, and that hail is still chilly coming down and causing some fog to develop because of all the large hail that's in association with that. So very interesting here. Golf ball size hail also in Aragon, Georgia. That's over in parts of Polk County as well. So that is the main threat with these storms pushing through our area. Large hail that could damage your car. So make sure you have your car in a covered area and make sure that you keep it protected. Again, not everybody is going to see large hail. Like if people are saying, Chris, you told me to take my car, I didn't have a garage, so I took it somewhere else and put it under a cover, but it never hailed on me. So not everybody's going to get hail, but a lot of people will. We can't tell exactly who will or who won't get it. But as a precaution, keep your car in the garage there for the rest of the nighttime hours and have it covered to protect it from any hail that will continue to move on through. The main one we're watching, I really expect the National Weather Service is going to take Polk County out of this warning at any moment now, because that main part is in the northern parts of this area of Paulding County, moving into northwestern Cobb. Southern Bartow County, still seeing that heavier rain there too, that potential for hail. And there is some lightning with that. In fact, I want to look at Truist Park right now on our tower cam to see what it is looking like at this hour. Circle 75 right here is going to show up on this camera, on this screen right here. So it looks like, yes, and I'll put this up full screen. There are still people in the stands. It is not raining there. There has been some lightning nearby. But I don't know if it is close enough. Now look, you can see all the dark clouds. We're looking over to the west. The sun was setting, or close to setting, right over here. You see these darker clouds, and most likely rain there to the west of Truist Park. I'm trying to see if I don't see the lights flashing. This might be frozen right now because I don't see those lights flashing or anything. So this camera may be frozen right now, and that might not be an actual live picture coming in at Truist. Let me check this other camera. Remote 59, this is in Blue Ridge, where we have the rain that has been moving through the Blue Ridge area, with rain and lightning up in Blue Ridge for a big part of the afternoon here today. Again, waiting to see these storms over in Alabama. In fact, while I was on the tower cams, I want to put Rome up here as well, because we're seeing the wind blowing in Rome ahead of this main system that is going to continue to moving in. And it looks like that camera is working well right now. Let me put this up full screen so you can get a better look at that, where you see the flags that are blowing. Look at those dark clouds here. Rain shafts also over to the west here, as that rain is going to be moving into the Rome area pretty soon with thunder and lightning. That system coming out of Alabama into western Floyd County also has some hail with it that could be large at times. Back to the overall view here, and still holding on to this severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Dawson County and Lumpkin County. This part of it still holding together. A lot of lightning with that too. This one that moved into Banks County was severe earlier, but the National Weather Service allowed that to expire at 7:30 tonight. This one is expiring at 7:45, so this has another about 6 minutes. It'll be interesting to see if they issue any other warnings there along with that. We're also watching this one in Carroll County that has some thunder and lightning with it. That would move into Douglas, South Fulton, and northern parts of Coweta County. Not classified as severe right now, but it could turn severe. And then we still have this one that is really out of Polk County now into the northern parts of Paulding County, southern Bartow, moving into northwestern Cobb County. And then this one, that severe thunderstorm warning coming out of Dawson County, that's going to be in effect for another little while until 7:45. And then we have this one north of Dallas with thunder and lightning, Bartow, Cherokee, Cobb, Polk until 8 o'clock. And then this storm, more of these storms in Alabama will continue to sweep into West Georgia, that moving into southern Floyd County and northern Polk County. I really wouldn't be surprised if we have another warning issued for them in just a little bit there in Polk County. We're getting some pulsing up of the storm in the northwestern parts of Paulding County. It is not weakening here. It looks like it's pulsing up, getting a little bit stronger. I want to get another look at the hail. Okay, yeah, look at that. Now, this hail core getting stronger here, bigger once again. Here you can see that. I'm going to query this hail size here. This is showing us that dark blue color right there, more than an inch in diameter, larger than an inch in diameter. So, this is that hail about to cross over 61. This is to the north and east of Iron Stab. Here's Dabbs Bridge Road, Crowville, Crossroads right here. There's Interstate 75 where you see Emerson over toward Ackworth. So this is that northern part of Polk County, southern parts of Bartow County, right here along Highway 61, south of Stylesboro and south of Old Alabama Road. A large hail core right there, south of Euharlee as well, where this is showing signs of pulsing up and getting stronger once again for those areas of the northern parts of Polk County, moving into, actually coming out of Polk County, the northern parts of Paulding County, about to move into northwestern Cobb County with that hail core that's pulsing up there a little bit more. That is also moving to the east. I'm going to put this one into motion, and you can see what I'm talking about, where we had some blues over here north of Rockmart, the blue color. Then it kind of weakened a little bit, and that hail core, the hail size came down, but now it's turning blue again, indicating that strengthening cycle that is happening in the northern parts of Paulding County, where we're seeing more of that hail coming down right now, and that is about to cross over 75. So I would love to see, let's see here, out in our, hey Bill, I'm sorry guys, I've got to talk to our producer here for just a second. Hey Bill, can you come here for a second? All right, Bill, I'm live, but I want to ask you, I want you to see this hail core right now. This is 75 around Emerson around Lake Allatoona. Yes. I don't know if we can find a traffic cam there. This is a very large hail core right now, and I would love to see if we have a camera right here around, between Ackworth and Emerson and this little curve right there at Lake Allatoona. Yeah, to see, I want to keep an eye on that tower, on that traffic cam, to see if we can catch that hail core as it moves across the interstate. You don't want to be driving with hail that large that is moving through. So this again is where we have that cell that is moving through those areas. We're getting a new update in too. This is from the National Weather Service, where they're saying still with this severe thunderstorm warning, considerable damage is possible with that cell because of the large hail in association with it. The emergency manager there is confirming at least golf ball size hail with that, and in some spots it is even just a little bit larger. And that is about to cross over 75 and get closer to 575. It would be crossing over between Emerson and the Kennesaw area. I'm going to have to step out of the shot again. I want to show you again the overview of what we're watching with those cells. Again, in North Georgia, the ones coming out of Alabama that have strong storms there in association with them, with that heavy rain, wind, the thunder and lightning, and the hail, that again, the damage there could be what they're classifying as considerable damage from those large hailstones as it moves over to the east. And okay, it does look like they took Polk County out of that warning. It is mainly now here for Paulding County, North Cobb, Southern Bartow, and this little part of Cherokee County for this warning right here. That's still going to be in effect until about 8 o'clock. And then I really expect from this storm near center Alabama As it crosses over the line into West Georgia, then we'll see another severe thunderstorm warning potentially for Floyd County and also Polk County with the heavy rain that's moving through there. All right, it does look like we have some additional warnings now that have just been added on for these storms. Yes, these are brand new severe thunderstorm warnings in Hall County, parts of Banks County, and Jackson County again with these severe storms that are moving through. Well, let me go ahead and show you that on our properties here. We will query both of these. So let's start with this one here showing Banks County, Jackson, and Madison County. Severe thunderstorm warning until 8:30. That's for this cell right here. Very heavy rain crossing over 85 there in Jackson County from Commerce. Actually, this part of Banks County right here, this is northern Jackson, this is Banks, taking you over into parts of Madison County with this severe thunderstorm warning. And they've just issued a new one here to include these other counties with this cell that's moving in. So I'll go ahead and show you that while we're here too. Again, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings here issued because of the large hail. That is going to be for Elbert, Franklin, and Hart County. That's just outside of our viewing area. With those strong storms that continue to move over to the east here with very heavy rain and hail in association with them. So for these areas, you can see Banks, Jackson, moving over to the east here, including parts of Elbert County, Hart County too. This one is Hall County, moving into Jackson County. Let me take a look at the hail core with that cell too, as it is looking very impressive with the National Weather Service saying we do have some large hail in association with that. So again, what we're seeing here is hail north of between Commerce and Comer, pretty large hail, maybe close to an inch in diameter here, close to an inch on the north end of Lake Lanier between Chestatee and Gainesville. That's why they have a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for those areas. Bill, are y'all able to find one?
I found Red Top Mountain.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on it and see if we see any hail there visible from any of those cameras. And I want to get back to this one. This is the one back in Paulding and Northwest Cobb that had some impressive hail with it. It still is very impressive there with large hail with that. That's what we're watching that could move right over 75 right here. And then in our control room, Sam, if you guys are listening, we're going to keep an eye on that camera that traffic camera that Bill called up. So if y'all see this in there, hopefully, I don't know if we'll be able to see this hail core as it crosses over there, if we see any of that hail crossing over 75. So we'll just keep an eye on that there. But that storm pulsed up even more in North Cobb, southern parts of Bartow County, and the northern parts of Paulding County with that large hail that is moving through. And because of that, the National Weather Service is saying considerable damage is possible. Now, and that's mainly because of the large hail. The winds are around 60 miles an hour. That is, those are some strong winds. In fact, let me get an update on that right now. So I believe we just had a new one coming in. Golf ball size hail possible with this. Let me go back here. So now we have a severe thunderstorm warning coming out of that one in Polk County. That is no longer in effect for Polk, but it's Paulding and northern parts of Cobb. Now, you'll see, so that was the first one. Now, as this continues moving and will be crossing over not only 75, but 575, we have more of Bartow County included in that. North Cobb, North Fulton, moving into parts of Forsyth County right here as this core storm with the large hail moves into this direction. If you live in these areas, I would advise that you get your car in a covered area because the hail has been very large there. It was large at first, it started to shrink, and then it pulsed up again with more large hail developing from that over the Ackworth area. Right now is where we have that main part of the hail that is moving in. Let's go back to that hail core. Still very impressive with that blue color, indicating hail that is over almost an inch and a half in diameter. And we had reports earlier of $half size hail when it was over into near the Aragon area and over near Cedartown. It weakened somewhat, pulsed back up, and now the hail size is still very impressive. This is just to the east of 41, I'm sorry, to the west of 41, and just to the west here of Interstate 75, right there at Lake Allatoona near the Emerson area where that is about to move through. I would expect, I wouldn't want to be driving in that hail or driving along 75 if that hail core makes it to 75, which we think it would make it to 75 there in that area and potentially over into Ackworth. And that's why the National Weather Service is holding on to this warning for those spots. Now let me take you back up to Gainesville where we had those other warnings that were issued. Gainesville and Commerce, we see some hail there, not as large as what we were watching a little bit earlier or what we were watching over in West Georgia. But yes, some hail there near Commerce right there on the line from Jackson County going into Banks County between Commerce and Homer near 85, and that's north of Nicholson too. So those are the main spots we're watching with that hail, and there's more coming out of Alabama between Cedar Bluff and Piedmont. I'm watching this hail core, and I do expect that they'll be issuing a new severe thunderstorm warning for areas of Floyd County very soon. I'm really surprised. I'm kind of surprised they haven't issued one yet. For Floyd, actually, Cleburne County here is in this one right here. Cleburne County and right there on the Alabama line. So as this continues to move in, Floyd County, I expect you would be next. Also, Polk County and Haralson County. I expect that you will be the counties next in line to have these severe thunderstorm warnings that will be issued for you. And then this one is the large hail core right now moving through Ackworth and Kennesaw. That will keep moving over into parts of North Fulton County and will be in those areas very soon here with that potential hail that'll keep moving on through. I'm checking again one more time here. Dime-size hail right now in the Ackworth area, but the hail is starting to move in there. Yes, this is a very impressive hail core and cell as it continues to move on through. So currently dime-size hail in Ackworth, but it could be getting larger as that main core is moving from Kennesaw, getting closer to North Fulton County. This is in North Cobb right now, right on the line of North Cobb, Southern Bartow, and Southern Cherokee County. Again, near Lake Allatoona, Allatoona Lake right there. Let me check that hail core one more time to see how close it is to 75. And then you guys in the control room. Okay, so it looks like it's a little bit smaller right now, but we might be seeing hail. Smaller hail between Ackworth, Cedar Crest, really this stretch of 75 right here, Allatoona Highway here, as it curves right there south of Emerson, near Cedar Crest, Dabbs Bridge Road, large hail there possible, north of Crowville, north of Mars Hill. All of this area is where we're seeing that hail that's moving through, getting closer to Hickory Grove. We don't see the blue color there anymore, which was showing earlier, and even a darker blue, which earlier was a hail of around 1.5 inches in diameter. Now this is showing hail, again, this is Doppler radar estimated, all right? It's showing hail that's maybe 1 inch or a little bit less than 1 inch. So maybe this is pulsing down once again. Let's hope it doesn't pulse back up because we don't need to see any more of that hail that is that large continuing to move on through. Again, these warnings here on the north side, that's the cluster with all the large hail with it. With this warning that we've been talking about, the yellow polygon here in North Cobb moving into parts of Jackson County. This has some hail with it too, and winds of about 60 miles an hour or greater. And then this one going into the east, East Georgia, getting closer to the South Carolina line, where we have more more severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect there too. I'm seeing, this is all going off like every 2 seconds here. I want to make sure to see if they still have that considerable tag. Yeah, they still have the considerable tag for the damage on that one. Considerable damage possible because of the large hail coming into North Cobb, southern parts of Cherokee County, and that will eventually move into parts of North Fulton County too. All right, here's that one I've been waiting on. This is brand new, just now in. I've been anticipating that at any time we would have a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for parts of Floyd County, Polk, and Haralson County that has just come in. It is for far southern Floyd County, all right? So here is Rome, this little triangle right there, the far southwestern parts of Floyd County, you're in this severe thunderstorm warning. Haralson County here, and then Polk County. This is in effect until 8:45. This is another severe thunderstorm that is moving through. Let me tell you what the National Weather Service is saying that. Haralson County, southwestern Floyd, and Polk County. A severe thunderstorm near Pleasant Gap at this hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail association with this. Radar indicated it could do damage to cars. This does not have a considerable tag on it, but I want to watch to see if that hail size actually does start to ramp up a little bit more. Let's take a look at the hail here. So this is the hail core. Now that's still pretty large. That's over an inch in diameter there south of Cedar Bluff. So this is about to cross over the line, the Georgia line in southern Floyd and into Polk County. So it's going to be interesting to see if that hail holds together there to still stay large moving into parts of West Georgia. But that's where we have that latest severe thunderstorm warning for those areas here. Let me just make sure that we're not seeing anything new out of that. All right. Did y'all see that? Are y'all able to see that traffic camera? Is it still okay, or is it showing rain? Y'all can pop it up if you want to. Here again, that's at Cobb County at Mars Hill Road. So it looks like I just saw a lightning flash there. Okay, some good rain coming down right there. Here is another one. This is a better view of the clouds here that we're watching over in the Ackworth area, and the heavy rain in association with that, and some hail with it too. So that's showing the traffic going a little bit slower there as well for these storms moving over into our area. Hey, Bill. Hey, sorry that y'all are hearing me yell, but as we're on live here with this wall-to-wall coverage, let's go back to radar here. Bill, so I'm just coordinating with our executive producer here. Jonathan Martin and Tyson are going out in our truck. Have they headed out yet?
Not yet. What do you want?
I know, and I can't give them directions because I'm on live. If I feel like if they want to go 400 north right now, up through Roswell, and see if they could intercept that one cell that has caused all the hail, okay. And then they may have to go west. And maybe out I-20, but for now, 400 north, and then they may have to go out I-20 a little bit later. All right, guys, so again, you're listening here live on 11 Alive Plus, where when we do this extended coverage, y'all can come back to me now if you want to. When we do this extended coverage here, we are on, like I've been talking to you since 7:15. I've been on for 45 minutes. It doesn't seem that long, but I've been talking here for 45 minutes. But I also have to coordinate with our executive producer and our team who is going out to cover this storm and our weather impact tracker. And I was supposed to talk to them before 8 o'clock, but since I've been on air the whole time, I haven't had a chance to talk to them. So you were hearing the conversation that we're having to get our crews here. And we're going to have a live report from our weather impact tracker coming up in just a little while. When they get into a location where we're going to see those storms, again, continuing to move in. We're keeping an eye on these on the south side, South Fulton County. These are good heavy rain showers, thunder and lightning. We're not seeing anything out of the ordinary with this to trigger a severe thunderstorm warning or anything. In fact, I want to show you our airport camera. Let me see if this is going to show up here on this graphic. Okay, here's the airport camera. Oh, wow. Did y'all see that lightning there in Floyd County in this camera here? This is Hartsfield-Jackson. We just saw a little bit of lightning there. We still have some planes there running on the taxiways and going out to the runways too. But we're about to see some good heavy rain come down into parts of Hartsfield in just a little while. In fact, let me just see if they have, they're not reporting any delays out there right now. I'll move my head so y'all can see that. No delays at Hartsfield-Jackson right now. We may see some of those delays building pretty soon if that cell makes it over Hartsfield, and we think that will. But again, that cell on the south side is not classified as severe. But we do have thunder and lightning with it. So this is Hartsfield right here. In fact, I'll zoom in really close to that, and we can see here on the south side. So we can zoom in tight enough where you can even see the terminals here and the runways. So that's Hartsfield. That really heavy rain is just to the south of Hartsfield. This is the south end of the perimeter here. That really heavy rain now is to the south in Clayton County, South Fulton County, over toward Union City, down toward Palmetto. Really heavy rain coming down with that. But again, this one is not classified as severe. Some of that's going to be moving in over Peachtree City, right over our radar site. Most of those strongest storms, though, are north of I-20 and over in West Georgia, North Metro, and Northeast Metro counties, where we see this main area of rain and thunderstorm activity moving through. Let's check on the hail again, because that hail has been impressive. Now, we're not seeing a lot of it. Now, what I want to show you here, and I'll point this out, the one west of Cedartown, this still has some impressive hail with it. Most likely an inch to an inch and a half in diameter there over in eastern Alabama. That's about to cross over the line into southern Floyd and northwestern parts of Polk County. This one in the southern parts of Cherokee County, just north of Cobb, also, and there's more lightning right there in Floyd County that you just see behind me here. This one has some hail with it, not as big now as it was earlier. Still maybe close to an inch or maybe just less than an inch in diameter. And then a little more hail with these, and I know this is kind of hard to see here, but what I'm pointing out here is on the Hall and Jackson County line, also Banks County moving into parts of Franklin County, northern parts of Madison County there, where we see some additional hail moving in. But I like the trend that I've been seeing with this is that those hail cores are actually showing signs of weakening a little bit, continuing to move on over to the east. All right, so still checking to make sure we don't have anything new coming in right now. Let's go back to this, all the warnings that we're watching right now. And the main ones are on the north side. This one coming out of areas of Cherokee and North Cobb, moving into North Fulton and parts of Forsyth County. Impressive cluster. This one has had a history of producing large hail. And then we have these coming from Hall County, the north end of Lake Lanier. This is right over 985 in Gainesville, moving into parts of Jackson County. Again, another storm coming into Banks County. This storm coming out of Banks into those areas of Franklin County, also into Hart County too, and these areas just to the north of Athens, and then back into West Georgia. This one coming out of Alabama, that has the largest hail core that I'm seeing out there right now coming out of Alabama, about to cross over the line into West Georgia, into southern parts of Floyd County, parts of Polk County, and Haralson County. So that goes down just to the I-20 line right here for those storms that continue to move down toward the south into this direction. And some of that will make it into Atlanta in just a little bit here with that very heavy rain. And again, the hail and a lot of lightning with that too. Now, I mentioned to you that I want to keep up with the lightning count. And what I'm going to do is we'll go into live mode, and I want to get another query of this around the same area that I was watching earlier. And remember earlier we had about 280 something lightning strikes in a 15-minute period. It's now a little closer to 300. So what I watch with these lightning counts, if we see the lightning count number coming down, that's indicating that the storms are weakening. If we see it going up, that's indicating that those storms are getting stronger. And it has actually come up just a little bit. So it is possible that we're not seeing any weakening with these yet. We hope that once the sun is down now, we should begin to see some slight cooling. Maybe that will allow these to weaken a little bit more, but the models have been indicating these are most likely going to hold together pretty well, continuing to swing through our area for the rest of the evening hours, and then eventually pushing down to the south. And with that, we'll be watching those cells begin to weaken, we think, as we get closer to the midnight hour and after, where things will be a little bit, again, weaker and start to calm down a little bit during the overnight hours and into tomorrow morning. But right now, we are pretty much in the midst of that heavier rain pushing through. Let me take the lightning data off here real quick. Of these storms rolling in. And this one now, over on the west side, first let's go to this one. And I want to check our tower cam again. I want to see if our tower cam is still frozen at Truist. All right, this is going to show up It's going to show up right here. So, okay, it does look like it's back. There are fans still there. Let me put this up full screen so y'all can see me here. It was frozen just a little while ago when we took this, but here we go again. Okay, there it is. See, we got it up full screen now, where the lights are flashing now, so we know that this is live. There are still fans there. I usually monitor the Braves Twitter feed. I want to look at that real quick and see if they are giving any indications about the weather. Yeah, the last tweet was 35 minutes ago, and it didn't say anything about the weather. So I'm going to put this in. Oh, we're still in notifications. So anyway, we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll let you know if the Truist Park is going to be impacted. But as of right now, it looks like the bulk of that really heavy rain is just to the north of Truist Park. So, but there is lightning nearby. Okay, so let's come back to the maps. Truist is right here. All right, right at the intersection of 75 and 285. That severe thunderstorm warning just to the north of them. So really, Truist is okay right now. They do have some lightning right on the Cobb and Fulton County line. Maybe that is far enough away that they're not having to, do anything with the game or make any delays there. But this cell continues moving over to the east into North Fulton County. Roswell, you're about to get hit by some heavy rain. You have the potential for some hail coming into your area too. This hail core right at Woodstock, okay, right here, still is pretty impressive. In fact, let me get the size of the hail for that right now near Woodstock. Just under an inch in diameter, crossing over 575 with some hail there. Again, not as large as it was earlier, but still, that's pretty large hail that could still do some damage to your car there along 575 in the Woodstock area. So that is a look at those main ones that are prompting severe thunderstorm warnings. While I was just at the tower cams, I want to show you also, let's go back to Floyd County. I want to show you our Rome tower cam there in Floyd County. I'll put this up full screen behind me. And we have been seeing some flashes of lightning. Okay, so now we have a lot of more heavy rain in Floyd. Earlier, we were watching from the distance as we were looking over to the west that the clouds were getting darker. We could see some of the rain shafts there to the south too, to the west as well. Now the rain and strong winds are over Rome, and we're confirming what we're seeing on radar. Ooh, did y'all see that lightning? Wow. That was a streak of lightning there, cloud to cloud and cloud to ground lightning pushing through that area right now. And there is a lot of lightning with that, and that's where we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Floyd County. And more of those storms here. Okay, they issued another warning here over to Alabama for Cleburne. But again, we still have this one that is north of I-20 there in Haralson County, Polk County, and southern Floyd County, with this part of the storm right here about to cross over the line that had the large hail with it just a little while ago, about to move through. Okay, we have a camera in the Woodstock area. This is our tower cam there at Town Lake Parkway at Northside. All right, you just saw some flashes of lightning. What you're seeing there in Woodstock, some good heavy rain coming through. This is at Town Lake Parkway at 575 northbound Cherokee. All right, it looks like cars are lined up there at the red light, of course. We have some good heavy rain coming in. This is where we're seeing some of that hail. This is another view, Town Lake Parkway at Northside. Okay, so that one's kind of cycling back and forth, yeah. Where we see a lot of that water ponding on the roadways. Here is another severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued coming out of this cell. Let's get back to the maps because I want to show you this brand new severe thunderstorm warning. So this was in Hall County moving into Banks and Jackson. Now we have a new polygon right here covering a big part of Jackson County, the northern parts of Bartow County. So we've got Oconee County right here. This is also, in fact, let me put the counties on here. It goes into Clark County. Let me see if this shows all of the counties that are included in there. But Jackson County, Barrow County, I'm sorry, I said Bartow. It's Barrow County. I know that area very well. I just don't know why the name of that county slipped my mind. This is in effect until 8:45. with this cell that's moving in this direction here, moving through Jefferson. It'll move over Barrow County. This is Barrow right here. We have Clark right here, Jackson County, and then Oconee County, a little bit of Oconee County right here. That's just north or near the Watkinsville area where we see that heaviest rain continuing to move on through. All right, let me just make sure here. Chesley just sent me a video of hail in the Woodstock area, so I'll try to take a look at that in just a second. Chesley's always on the job here, but again, these cells very intense over to the north of us right now. And let me put the hail back on here because that has been the main threats we've been watching. So, all right, you saw on reflectivity all of that really heavy rain and all the lightning in association with it. Within those cells, we have these cores here. This one to the east of Commerce, getting closer to Royston. We have hail with that, less than 1/4 of an inch, we think, there in size. Additional areas over here along 85 going through Jackson County, getting closer to Commerce. This little hail core right here, south of Lake Lanier over in Forsyth County, that's going to move into Buford. And then this one near Woodstock still has that blue color there with it, indicating some relatively, larger size hail, close to golf ball size hail with that right around Woodstock. All right, so this is the hail that we're watching right now north of Woodstock, almost an inch in diameter, very large there. That's moving over closer to Arnold Mill Road. All right, right here, Arnold Mill Road. This is Woodstock, near Old Highway 5. Trickham Road here. This is along just north of 92. So that's where that hail core is going. That'll be getting closer to Tripp Road and West Wiley Bridge Road in just a little bit. That's south of Lebanon, really around Woodstock up toward Lebanon, just to the south of you. This hail core is going to continue moving into this direction. Again, it is large enough that it could do some damage to some cars, and that's where we continue to have that severe thunderstorm warning. While I have the hail product up, I want to look at this next little bit that's moving into Cedartown right now. This is not as large as it was earlier in Alabama, so that's a good sign. We were seeing some blue color there in Alabama that was around an inch or more in diameter. Now this is about a 1/2 inch in diameter south of Cave Spring, getting closer to Cedartown. This would be the second hail storm that has moved through Cedartown. We had one a little bit earlier that pushed through Cedartown. This is the second one, but this hail we don't think is as large as the one that we had earlier that moved on through. Well, we're starting to get a little blue show up here with that latest scan. All right, this is just at the Alabama line right here at Tecumseh and Esom Hall. Let's get the latest hail size on that. That blue is probably going to take it up to closer to an inch in diameter. Hail size right here. Yeah, it's getting up a little closer to an inch in diameter there near Tecumseh, Alabama, about to cross the line. There's Esom Hill. Here's Pryor Station Road, Highway 100. Here's Cedartown and Benedict and Aches along 278. That hail core is about to cross over the state line into those areas of Polk County. So another round of hail coming into Polk County right now. And again, our tower cam in Rome showing the very heavy rain, strong winds that are moving through the Rome area right now. But this is even stronger south of Rome right now in parts of Polk County as that continues to move on over to the east and with all that heavy rain there. So north of I-20, that's where a lot of the action is. Okay, so this one south of us near the airport, we have some thunder and lightning with that. That's not classified as severe right now. It's mainly north of I-20 where we have these severe storms, numerous severe storms lining up here with that system that's going to keep, these storms are moving to the east, but the entire part of this, especially in Alabama, is beginning to show more of a southeasterly track. And that's why we're keeping an eye on this. That would be moving closer to the Atlanta area very soon. And with some of that very heavy rain that continues to move on through, a lot of lightning with that too. And again, hail is a bigger risk with some of these storms, and this hail is large enough that it can do a lot of damage. And as you see back in Alabama, nowhere near to being finished. Even though this is coming in from Alabama now, there's a lot more of this from Gadsden over to Coleman, Alabama. This is all north of Birmingham. We have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings there. No tornado warnings. We're not seeing any rotation or circulation with any of these storms, but we do see plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings there with that heavy rain, wind, and hail being the main reason that these are being classified as severe, because we see a lot of these hail cores that have hail larger than an inch in diameter. Very, active system moving through. We just are getting to 8:15 right now. We may see some of these warnings kind of disappear here in just a moment. We'll wait and see if those kind of disappear here, getting up at 8:15. But a lot of these are still holding together because some of these are in effect until 8:45 or more. While we're waiting on that, I want to just look at the National Weather Service to make sure nothing new has come out. They're issuing special statements for parts of Whitfield and Murray County. Okay, a couple of warnings just disappeared in Alabama, but nothing has disappeared here in North Metro area in East Georgia or over into West Georgia either, because those warnings are still going to stay with us for just a little while longer. So it's 8:15. I've been on with you for an hour straight here on 11 Alive Plus. I'm going to hang with you here for a while. We'll let you know when we get our weather impact tracker. They're moving up through they're getting closer to North Fulton County right now. We'll have a live report from Jonathan Martin in the vehicle in just a little bit here with those storms. Again, pretty strong there on the north side. And then the next thing that we have to watch will be this cluster that is still strong in South Floyd, Polk County and Haralson County. That very heavy rain that continues to push down toward the south and southeast, where we have some hail with that too, and a lot of lightning with it as well. Let's do another lightning count for that pretty much the same area of what we were watching earlier here. I want to see, remember, it was around 290 plus lightning strikes just a little while ago. Let's do it again, including all this back into Alabama, South Fulton, and over into South Carolina and East Georgia. About 229 lightning strikes now. And we may see these lightning counts trending up and down a little bit. When we first showed you this, it was around 287. I showed you another one a little while ago. It was in the 290s. So it went up just a little bit. Now, the lightning count has come down to 229. And the reason that is important to us is if we see that trend continuing with these lightning counts coming down, that'll be showing us signs that these storms are weakening. And we're hoping that now the sun has gone down, we should see some slight cooling, not as much warm air feeding these storms. We should see some slight cooling with this, but man, a lot of lightning. I keep seeing that there in the monitor here in Rome with those heavy showers that are moving through there. But we hope to see this trend continuing. I would love to see this lightning count the next time we check it be closer to 200 or maybe in the 100s. And then that would confirm that we're seeing a weakening trend. Now, it doesn't mean they're over. It doesn't mean they're not strong. But it's just one of the signals that we watch to see if we're seeing a weakening trend or a strengthening trend here with those storms. And again, they're still strong. We have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a lot of hail with these storms. The trend has also been that these hail cores have been shrinking somewhat too. Now this one looks like it's actually around Big Creek there in North Fulton County. We're actually seeing this one ramping back up a little bit. We're getting the blue color coming back here right at Big Creek. There's Windermere Parkway. Here is Highway 20 right here. There's Buford Dam Road. Okay, so right over Windermere. I'm not sure, are y'all seeing the weather impact tracker? I don't think they would have had time to get up to Alpharetta or in that area yet. They're north of Atlanta. Okay. So this is coming up to the south end of Lake Lanier. All right, there's the south end of Lake Lanier. This is Rest Haven, Sugar Hill, the Buford area here, Swanee Dam Road that goes along Lake Lanier. So this is at Big Creek. This hail core along Highway 20 and Windermere Parkway, that's an impressive hail core right there, getting closer to Swanee Dam Road. So we've got some larger hail with that. Let me put a size on that. And that's what we've been seeing with these put the hail size on here, with these storms is that we see the hail size maybe start to come down a little bit. It would be large, and then we'd see the hail size coming down a little bit, and then it ramps back up. So that's what we're seeing with that right now. And because of that, let me show you this. We have a new, I believe, a new severe thunderstorm warning with this. Okay, so that's coming out of, all right, I know this can be confusing. In fact, let me take off the radar just for a moment because I want you to be able to see how all of these warnings are overlapping, all right? This is the newest one that just came in for North Fulton County, Southern Forsyth County, North Gwinnett County, and into the southern parts of Hall County. So you see how these are really overlapping. There was one earlier that we were showing you. So this is a new one that was just issued because of that hail core that I was just showing you that is moving closer to Lake Lanier right here. So they've issued a new warning that includes North Gwinnett now from Lawrenceville northward there along the 985 and 85 split with that. Okay, so I'll put the reflectivity back on first, and then you can see. So number one, plenty of heavy rain there with that. This all stretches here from North Cobb, Southern Cherokee County through North Fulton, Forsyth, Gwinnett, over into Barrow County, Jackson County, continuing on to the South Carolina line. All of this is classified as severe with the very heavy rain, thunder and lightning, strong winds. And now let's take a look at the hail again with that. And because of this hail core that I was just talking about, right there, they moved the warning over to include North Gwinnett and continuing over into parts of Jackson County. So we'll keep an eye on this hail core that actually looks like it is strengthening again with that hail getting a little bit larger between Big Creek and coming really closer to the Big Creek area. This would be moving into Sugar Hill in just a little bit with that hail. There also more hail around Milton too. And then these storms back in Polk County, still some hail with that in Cedartown, but we're not seeing any indications about that being really strong. I want to make sure here from this new severe thunderstorm warning for Cherokee, Fulton, Forsyth, Hall, and Gwinnett. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and $half size hail. All right, so that was indicating that blue color that I was just showing you there, $half size hail. They are saying the hail threat is radar indicated. Possibly getting up to about 1.25 inches in diameter, and we have 60-mile-an-hour winds with that too. So the main reason we are getting these warnings is because of the hail being 1 inch or more in diameter, or 1 inch or larger in diameter. Those are the main reasons we are seeing those severe thunderstorm warnings get issued. We do have winds around 60 miles an hour, heavy rain, thunder and lightning, and what I want you to see when this is in motion, the main storms there are pushing to the east and drifting down a little bit to the southeast too. So this one on the south side moving down to the south, that's not severe. This one out in Cedartown, that's going to be pushing this way along I-20 in just a little bit. It'll have some heavy rain with it too, and also more hail is possible with it. So all of this is just kind of moving eastward and then drifting a little bit to the south, and that's going to be covering us up in Atlanta really soon. North Fulton, you're getting hit hard. North Gwinnett, over toward Athens, South Hall, over toward Elbert County, moving into South Carolina, you're getting hit hard. West Georgia, getting hit hard. But this is the part in Cedartown right now, and moving into Paulding County, where we have this severe thunderstorm. This is going to start going just like this, moving down along I-20, and a lot of that is going to clip the Atlanta area within the next hour or so for those storms moving, to the south and to the east, really east-southeast, I would say, more easterly than southerly, with all the thunder and lightning continuing to move on through. And what's happening is we are getting plenty of, hold on, let me make sure something, hold on. I'm getting some other messages here. Other folks are reporting hail out of these storms that were up around the Town Lake area just a little while ago. I want to also, I'm going to look at our weather impact team here to see if we are getting any pictures from our 11 Alive weather impact team of any hail coming in. I'm sorry, what? Northside Hospital? Okay, but they're not seeing any rain or anything, right? So just tell them to come to me whenever they want to. Let me see if I see anything new. No, we're not getting anything new here. That's weird. why we're not getting anything new out of this. Hold on, I'm going to do one thing real quick. I want to see what, okay, if we're getting anything. Pea-size hail in Sugar Hill. This is from a JL Auto. Dark clouds up in Ellijay. All right, so a lot of cool pictures that I'm getting in. Hosma 7 minutes ago in Buford reported golf ball size hail just to the east of I-85. We also have hail in Decula. Suzanne Parham, pretty good size hail in Woodstock in the Town Lake Parkway area. Storming in Norcross, Peachtree Corners. Pea-size hail in Ackworth earlier. So yeah, I'm getting a lot of reports, people confirming what we're seeing on radar with these storms that are moving to the south and also to the east. I believe we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect. This is for that one. They are now increasing it to golf ball size hail with 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, saying that it is possible the damage threat there is considerable. With that, again, that was that warning, including North Fulton County, where we see that hail core that is increasing, getting a little bit larger in size there up in the North Fulton County area, into parts of Cobb County as well. With that hail that is large, that could do considerable damage, not only to a vehicle, but also to your home. You know, it could cause damage to your siding. It could cause damage to the roof of your house. So this warning that we have right up here in North Fulton, moving into Gwinnett County, Forsyth County, and the southern parts of Hall County, where we have that hail core that is getting a little bit larger, the National Weather Service is saying that the damage potential with that is considerable. Here's the hail again. Okay, so what we're seeing is that hail size is pulsing up and pulsing down a little bit. It looks like they're west of Buford, that the hail size looks to be coming down just a little bit right now, right at Sugar Hill and Buford and north of Suwanee. So if you're in Lawrenceville, yeah, you're getting some good rain, thunder, and lightning, but the main hail is just to the north of you, and that looks like it's going to move over to the east, potentially over 985 and also over 85. North Fulton County, you're seeing some hail there, not as large as it was a little bit earlier. And then checking over to that cell in Rockmart, we had, a lot of blue color showing up there in Rockmart earlier. That is now not blue, it's the gray color, showing that the hail size is maybe a little bit less than an inch in diameter right now. But it's those main areas on the north side where we're seeing that hail size that is looking more impressive, and there are all of those severe thunderstorm warnings that are lining up one right after the other as these storms continue to move closer to us now. And we'll continue to see those storms producing very heavy rain, thunder and lightning, and also that potential for some hail pushing through as well. South side of Cumming, numerous reports of hail at 1 3/4 inches in diameter is what I'm getting here. Polk County, indicating maybe some hail falling there too. So very active system. Again, the worst of this is mainly north of I-20. I do want to take you back to the airport. I want to give you another look at see how things look. Bill, are you good?
No, crawl on broadcast.
I'm sorry?
You need a crawl on broadcast?
It does it automatically.
Oh.
So when new warnings come out, it'll come up. Okay. So here's the airport where we had some heavy rain that came through earlier. They're saying no delays right now at Hartsfield. I am seeing a little bit of movement there on the runways and taxiways. So again, nothing too heavy right now at Hartsfield-Jackson. And here's go back to radar. And there we go. All those thunderstorm warnings that are lining up there for the North Metro counties. And numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. With all of that, these are just kind of lining up here with all the thunder and lightning, heavy rain. This stretches from the South Carolina line, really near Lake Hartwell, over to Athens, over to North Gwinnett, North Fulton County, Southern Hall, Lake Lanier here, over into parts of Cherokee County, Cobb County. More of these now in West Georgia, south of Rome, where we have that really heavy rain that is in Polk County and the northern parts of Haralson County. All of this moving closer to Atlanta and pushing down a little bit more to the south and also to the east with plenty of thunder, plenty of thunder and lightning as it still is moving very quickly to the south, really east-southeast here with very heavy rain, thunder, and lightning, and some of that hail with it too. So if you're south of I-20, you're not seeing much activity there except for this with heavy rain in Fayette, Clayton, and Henry County. We have some thunder and lightning there. It's not severe. We're not seeing any hail with that. The main part of that is just north of I-20, but that is getting closer and closer to I-20 with every scan that comes in. We are seeing more of those storms that remain strong too. And as you can see this in northwest Georgia, again, Floyd County there in Rome, very heavy rain, thunder and lightning. You keep seeing that flashing just off to the side here, where we're keeping an eye on that cell that has all the thunder and lightning in association with it. That has prompted the warning that south of Rome, in the southern parts of Floyd County, extending down into Polk County as well as Haralson County, where we see that heavier rain. And there's a lot of thunder and lightning here on the south side. Clayton County and also Fayette County. But again, those aren't severe, going into Henry County too. But most of the action there is on the north side right now. I want to give you a tower cam tour right now. You have been seeing those storms there to the side of me. That is our, okay, so this is Rome. And what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to give you a tour of some of our tower cams. Let's first take you to Atlanta Motor Speedway there on the south side in Henry County, where that's about to show up here. Of course, it is dark out there right now, but we're seeing some thunder and lightning. This is Atlanta Motor Speedway in the Hampton area. And that's part of that system that I showed you on the south side that's not severe, but we have some good rain with it and thunder and lightning. And as I took that camera, you can see that lightning that was flashing there too. Here is another view at Truist, where the game has been going on. I'm still seeing fans in the stadium. I haven't gotten any indications of any delays or anything. The really strong storms were just to the north of Truist Park. They really barely missed Truist, and there was some lightning nearby. We still have, though, a chance for more of that rain that's going to be moving into Truist here in just a little bit. Now let's go up to Blue Ridge. You're going to see that camera showing up right now, where we still have some rain there on the ground. This is going to be a dark camera from Decatur. All right, it's kind of hard to see there, but this is looking eastward from Decatur, very dark conditions. Here we are in the city of Atlanta, where again we're about to see that camera showing up here. We have the dark clouds, but nothing bad going on here in Atlanta quite yet. I showed you Rome a little while ago. Here is Noonan, where we were watching some of those storms on the south side. And again, nothing major going on in Noonan. Now let me take you to Northside Hospital, because this camera is looking north up 400. And actually, it looks like somebody moved it to the west, where we should be seeing some good lightning strikes with this here. In fact, I'm going to move this camera. Let's just keep this full for just a second, because I want to scan a little bit here and see. Move this more to the north, where we can see the King and Queen building. Okay, hold on just a second here. Here we go. And you're going to see this camera move here in just a second, where I want to look to the north. This will show, oh wow, did y'all see that lightning there? Okay, that's about to show up here. And I'm just going to leave this right here that's kind of looking northwest, and we're going to see a lot of lightning. Okay, that was what I was just talking about there with that lightning streak that just came through. So this is looking kind of more north and east actually, where we have a lot of lightning there in the distance, and you'll be able to see some of that is going to be showing up here as we keep an eye on those storms, and they will be getting closer to us here in just a little bit. So that is a look again at those stronger storms as they continue to move on through. Let's go back to Max 1 so I can show you here these storms. There they are. Again, still lining up. Plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings there to the north of the city. North of I-20 is where most of those thunderstorm warnings are located right now. And these storms, Haralson, Cobb, Polk, Okay, that's a brand new one that was just issued. Did y'all see that one just pop up here? Let's come back to me here, and I want to point this out. This is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for multiple counties. So this is all part of still that same system that we're watching near Cedartown that is moving to the south and east. I want to look at this warning to see what the Weather Service is saying about it. This is still for Southern Paulding, Haralson, Eastern Carroll, Southwestern Cobb, Douglas, North Central Coweta, Southwestern Fulton, many counties here, Southeastern Polk County. A storm located near Eubank Lake or near Buchanan, moving southeast at 50 miles an hour, quarter-size hail with it. They are not giving this the considerable tag that we had earlier. But this is a large polygon here. This is all part of this system now, where the heaviest part of this now is north of Bremen in Haralson County. Still, this is moving through parts of Paulding County. That's now going to move into northern Carroll, also Douglas County, South Fulton County, and the northern parts of Coweta County. With that line, or that cell that's moving down to the south, where we have quarter-size hail with it and also some strong winds. Back to the hail size. Now again, you know, we've seen a little more impressive hail sizes earlier coming out of West Georgia. The grayish colors here showing generally less than an inch in diameter. The National Weather Service in the warning was saying right at about an inch in diameter for that hail size. And that is going to move down toward the south and to the east also. And they were saying this is moving at about 50 miles an hour. So let's go back to reflectivity and Haralson County. Okay, this is, okay, more of that rain that's over in West Georgia right now from our traffic cameras that we have there, showing the heavy rain coming in. Not really seeing any lightning with it or anything, but just some good heavy rain that is coming down there on the west side. And we're seeing a little bit more of a southeasterly trajectory with this now, with these warnings. Notice these warnings, the polygons are all going into this direction, showing that those showers and storms are moving generally to the east. This one though, this polygon is more of a southeasterly direction. So this one coming out of Cedartown and out of Haralson County continues to move more to the south and east. It's going to be crossing over I-20 here at any moment. Do we still know, are you seeing anything from Weather Impact Tracker there, if they're in any rain? Because I think I'm going to want them to start coming back south. Okay. Okay. All right. So they were just telling me they're near the Holcomb Bridge Road area. In 10 minutes. Okay. So guys, on streaming, I'm going to have to stop here in just a minute. I'm so glad you said that. We are 10 minutes away. I've got to do a live cut-in on air. So what we're going to do is take you to the maps in just a moment. And I'm going to do a live cut-in. Then I'm going to come back, and we will be live with you after that live cut-in on 11 Alive. So that's what we have right now. So we're 10 minutes away. I may come down here in about 5 minutes, and so I can get ready for that cut-in, and just here in just a little bit. Did somebody just say something to me? Heard? Okay, you heard me. Okay. So that's what we'll do here in just a little bit to get ready for the live cut-in on 11 Alive. So again, that latest warning was saying that those storms here were moving to the southeast at about 50 miles an hour, with that last warning here on the west side. I'm going to just make sure I have the speed correct here. Moving southeast at 50. Okay, so I do want to put a track on this right here. Let me do this track right here. And this is moving down to the southeast at about 50 miles an hour. So here's the time of arrival of what we're watching with these storms. That one that has produced the latest severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to move into Villa Rica at 8:43. It's 8:38 right now. So in about 5 minutes, that heaviest part of that storm will be pushing into Villa Rica and then crossing over I-20, getting into Winston at 8:48, Douglasville at 8:54, Campbellton at 9 o'clock, East Point around 9:14. And then if it holds together outside of that polygon, it would be in Irondale right about here in parts of Clayton County. It would be there around 9:26. So that's all that heavy rain that keeps moving through those areas with the thunder and lightning that's about to move into the city of Atlanta. So, Bill, if you can hear me now, I know that they're up around Holcomb Bridge Road on, I guess it's taken them a little bit longer than I anticipated. If they want to go ahead and turn back around and come back toward the city and really just come through the city and be prepared to intercept that one on the south side. They're probably going to be running into some rain here in just a little bit. But if they want to go ahead and come south, because it's taken them a little longer than I thought for them to get there, and I want them to be prepared for this one coming in on the south side in just a little bit. So that's our weather impact vehicle. Okay, so here's the new information coming in from the National Weather Service where, all right, guys, hold on. Let me see if this hail core is pulsing back up a little bit. The new scan just came in with that. So this is the system that we were tracking here that we just did a time of arrival on. The hail core, I want to wait and see if this starts pulsing up a little bit more. This is in Polk County, north of Bremen. Right here, we still have some hail with it, but I anticipate that hail core could be ramping up just a little bit as it gets into the parts of northern Carroll County and also into Douglas County. And yeah, that's all part of that newest warning that we have right now with this that's about to cross over Interstate 20 here with those stronger storms that are pushing down toward the south and east, and those are going to be moving closer to the city of Atlanta. We still have that severe thunderstorm warning in North Fulton here, moving into North Gwinnett. The worst part of this is in North Fulton, South Forsyth, Sugar Hill, south end of Lake Lanier, crossing over to Brazelton. That's where we have this other warning for Barrow County, Jackson County, Clark County as well, moving over into parts of Madison County. That all has thunder and lightning and some hail mixed in with that. The hail size is not as large now as it was a little bit earlier. And then all of these storms coming out of Alabama and into West Georgia, those are about to move into the Atlanta area. They're on the west side right now. They're about to move into the Atlanta area with very heavy rain, thunder and lightning, wind, and also hail in association with that too. So cut in is in how many minutes? Oh, 8 minutes away. Okay, when I get 5 minutes away, we're going to wrap up here just for a moment, just so that I can regroup and get graphics ready for the cut-in. And then so you folks who are watching on 11 Alive Plus, in just a few minutes, I'm going to wrap up here just temporarily so that we can do a live cut-in on 11 Alive. It's only a 30-second cut-in. We're going to do a live cut-in there. Then when we finish, we're going to come right back here and continue our live coverage. So we're just going to leave you here for a brief moment. You'll be able to see the radar up. You just won't hear me talking. And then you will be able to, then I'll come back after I finish that cut in and we'll continue our live coverage. By then, we will most likely have Jonathan Martin in our weather impact vehicle, just letting us know what he has been seeing out there as they've been driving up. I know they've been seeing a lot of lightning and some rain, and then the potential for some hail too. And over in the west side right now is where we have that heaviest rain and the thunder and lightning that are pushing down toward the south and east. And again, that's moving pretty quickly. On that note, let's do another lightning count. If you'll recall, the last time we, the last time we did this, it was showing around 220 something lightning strikes in a 15-minute period. Now it's 211. So it's come down a little bit, but just not a lot. And what we watch when I keep doing this lightning count, earlier we had a lightning count in the 290s, and it's come down a little bit into the lower 200s. A little while ago, it was around 220 something. Now it's down to 211. Not a drastic drop, but this is just the trend that we're watching, seeing the lightning count coming down a little bit, showing a slow weakening trend with these storms. But don't let your guard down because they are still strong. But what I'm looking for here is just trends that now that the sun has gone down, now that the temperatures are starting to cool a little bit, we're seeing the trends showing that it may be getting a little bit weaker, but they're still strong. All right, I'd like to see that number coming down more as these storms continue to move down toward the south and also to the east of us. All right, let me just do another. Okay, I'm going to do another quick glance right here as we put this into motion. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings there on the north side. Heavy rain, thunder, and lightning moving through our area. We have had numerous reports of hail, and some of that large hail that is possible to cause some damage. And that's all about to bear down on the city of Atlanta. At any time now, we're going to see the really heavy rain moving through here in just a little bit. So for you folks watching on 11 Alive Plus, stay with us. I'm just going to stand down for just a brief period. Coming up in about 3 or 4 minutes, I'm going to do a live update on 11 Alive. And then right after that update, I'm coming back to you and we'll continue our live team coverage here. So stay with us as we have more coverage for you coming up here in just a few minutes right here on 11 Alive Plus. And we are back right now with you live on 11 Alive Plus as we are tracking these storms moving through. We just did a little break here on our continuing coverage here on 11 Alive Plus so that we could do a live update on 11 Alive TV. Now we're back here with you live. You will notice that while we were away, if you kept watching radar, while we were away, a few of these warnings disappeared on the north side, like this one that was in North Gwinnett for Hall in Jackson County and over toward Clark County. This one is still in effect for these areas getting closer to the South Carolina line to the east of Athens. Right now, the most impactful severe thunderstorm warning that we have is for this one here west of the city. With this very heavy rain coming through Paulding County into areas of Haralson County, moving into Douglas County, northern parts of Carroll County, and that's going to push into South Fulton County in just a little bit. All of this is about to bear down on the city of Atlanta, where we have had heavy rain here with that cell and also large hail. I want to show you the hail product right now where okay, this is a good sign. I like what I'm seeing here. Earlier, we had some larger hail along I-20 in the Villa Rica area, south of Dallas there in Paulding County, northern parts of Carroll, that little bit of Carroll right there, just north of I-20, where we had some blue color there indicating hail larger than an inch in diameter. It has come down now to that gray color, which is less less than an inch in diameter. And I really hope that I see that trend continuing, that hail core continues to show signs of weakening. But there is a lot of rain. We also have a lot of lightning, strong winds in association with that too. So earlier, we had about 8 severe thunderstorm warnings lined up from West Georgia to East Georgia, there at the South Carolina line, north of I-20. Now, we just have these couple of warnings from Athens over to the South Carolina line, and this one in West Georgia. A few more warnings there back into Alabama, but this is the main one we're watching right now that is about to move in closer to the city of Atlanta. I want to show you our tower cam at Truist, because they have just put the tarp out on the field, and you can see it in that camera right here, but I'm going to show it to you full here in just a second, where we do have the rain coming down, and they have just halted play at Truist. What I'm going to do here is you're going to see this moving live in just a second. I'm going to just tilt this down a little bit so that we can see the field. I think it's going to show up here in just a second. You'll be able to see the field and the tarp that is on the field right now, and the rain that is coming down. And hopefully folks have moved out of the stands, or at least finding cover there under the stands, where you're about to see this move down. Yeah, go ahead and take this full. You're about to see that move down here in just a second. It's a little bit delayed compared to what I was just doing here. That may have just frozen up again. But there we go. Okay, it just moved to this is live now. You can see those raindrops that are moving there on the lens. You'll also notice that they did just put the tarp on the field a little while ago before this rain came in. They have halted play right now at Truist. That is officially coming in right now from the Braves, saying that because of the lightning nearby, as well as all of this rain that is continuing to come on in. And that is the main threat with that cell that is over Truist Park right now. So that is one of the updates that we just got in for this system that is north of the city, and also those stronger storms that are just to the west of us. So here's a live look. Let's take a look at this now, where I can kind of show you what we're talking about. I just had a big thunder right here in Midtown from some of that lightning. So this is a lightning strike right here north of us, and we just heard the thunder from that. Let's come back to me here at the screen so you can kind of see what we're talking about here. With that lightning strike right there, that's what just gave us thunder here at 11 Alive that we just heard there in the Midtown area. We're going to start hearing a lot more thunder and seeing a lot more lightning in just a little bit, because all of this on the north side is moving down toward the south and east, and we're going to begin to see more of the heavier rain and the thunder and lightning coming in. Just let me know in the control room. I think Bill might be coming back there, if Jonathan and Tyson are ready just to do a little hit, just to tell us what they've seen out there in our our tracker. So just let me know when they are ready to do that. So that is the main system that we're watching. While I'm here and zoomed out, if you have been watching us for a while, you know that I continue to do, take a look at the lightning counts from this. So we're now down below 200. All right, the reason I keep checking the lightning count is it's very active, but what I watch for are trends. And earlier we had lightning counts in a 15-minute period that were in the 290s, close to 300 lightning strikes in a 15-minute period. That came down a little bit. Then it's been hovering around 200 and 230 lightning strikes in a 15-minute period. It just went down to 199, and that's still a lot of lightning. These storms are still strong. I'm not telling you that we're all done or anything, but what I watch with this when I check these lightning counts is just to see if we're seeing a trend of that number coming down. And if we do see that number coming down, it is just showing us the trend that the storms are weakening a little bit. It doesn't mean that they're weak. They're still strong. It's just that trend that they're starting to weaken a little bit. So now we have lightning counts that are just below 200. Stay with this. I'm going to keep going back to that and checking it so that we can see if that lightning count continues to go down anymore. But again, watching that severe thunderstorm warning there on the west side, that's what's going to be moving into the city of Atlanta. Let's go to Jonathan Martin right now. He is live in our weather impact tracker. Jonathan, I know you and our photographer Tyson have been, y'all just went north up to Alpharetta area. Now you're coming back south to kind of intercept this. Tell me what you guys have experienced, and you guys aren't even in the worst of it yet.
Yeah, not yet. We're heading down south toward Douglasville, but we have been up north as far as Roswell, and now we're in the Midtown area near 17th Street, right near the Midtown Atlantic Station area. We've really seen a lot of rain picking up here and there, and also a lot of lightning, and it really does just become an off and on situation. We're seeing a lot of rain, a lot of lightning, and then it'll stop for a mile or so, and then we see more and more. We haven't noticed any hail where we are. I know you've been talking about some of the hail storms that we've seen across the metro, but we're going to head down south where we think more of the action is. That's where you've been telling us we need to go. But right now, again, just rain. I want to give you a better vantage point of some of the roads here. This is right here again around 17th Street, 14th, kind of right again near Atlantic Station. If you're familiar with that area, we're heading down south, going to be hitting downtown shortly. But right now you can see there are some cars on the road, but luckily this is all sort of happening, if there is any luck to this, after the rush hour. So not as many people out right now. But Chris, we'll keep checking back with you. But right now, just rain and just a lot of lightning out here is what we're seeing.
Okay, Jonathan, I know you and Tyson are listening here. Hey, what I want you guys to do, and I know we didn't get to talk earlier since I was on the air for so much here. I want y'all are on the downtown connector now. When you get down toward the airport, go 85 into South Fulton toward Fairburn and toward Coweta County, and y'all are going to intercept the main part that where we have a severe thunderstorm warning in Douglas right now. That is going to move into South Fulton. So downtown connector where y'all are now, go toward the airport, take 75 south, southward into South Fulton toward Coweta, and then kind of hang out in that area, and y'all are going to intercept this next cell that has prompted the severe thunderstorm warning with that heavy rain and thunder and lightning. So that'd be, I think, the best direction for you guys to be in. And Jonathan, I know you've covered weather before. I know y'all are going to be safe out there, but just know you're going to be running into a lot of heavy rain, thunder, and lightning, and you might see some hail with that core too. Y'all cool with that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll check back with you. Like I said, we're at the connector right now, so we'll let you know what we see when we get there, hopefully in the next 10 or 15 minutes or so.
All right, 85 south there past the airport, and keep on going south, and you'll be able to intercept this next cell that's moving in. Thanks, Jonathan. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit. So this is what I was telling him. Jonathan, so what they did earlier is I directed them to go up toward 400, up to see that cell that was causing the lightning or all the hail earlier. It took them a little longer than I thought to get there, so that's why I told them to come back down here. They're now going to go down 85 south and be in this area as that cluster moves in. This is the one that's had that heaviest rain and that history of some hail with it, a lot of thunder and lightning, and that's where we have the severe thunderstorm warning right now. So they're along the downtown connector close to I-20 right now, and they're going to keep moving in this direction and go right here. So when we go back to Jonathan in just a little bit, he is most likely going to be near that cell or either in that cell. And we'll be able to see what that looks like there from our 11 Alive weather impact tracker. But that is the only warning we have right now in the metro area. I'm going to keep watching this. Cleburne County over in Alabama, you're in this severe thunderstorm warning there as these storms are getting closer to I-20, just over from West Georgia into the Alabama line. So all of this is going to move to the south. So I'll be interested. So this is the one warning we have now. I'll be interested to see if the Weather Service is going to extend this warning into the rest of Carroll County, maybe into Heard County, possibly into Coweta County as that moves down to the south. But right now, the only severe thunderstorm warning we have in the metro area is for that one over on the west side, and that's the one where I was directing Jonathan to most likely intercept that. We also have this one well to the east of Athens, so that would be, Hart County is right here, so this would be the county south of Hart, there well to the east of Athens. That is moving over into South Carolina. So we have that warning there, this one here, and then keeping an eye on that one in Cleburne County in Alabama to see if we get any additional counties added in here over on the west side with the thunder and lightning that is moving through those areas and the strong winds with it too. Let's get back to our hail tracker. I want you to be able to see here. Okay, so that has pulsed up a little bit over in Douglas, all right? So that has been the trend that we've been watching with these storms here, where we had just the gray color a little bit earlier, meaning hail maybe a half inch, less than an inch in diameter. Now we have this blue showing up just south of I-20, indicating hail size close to an inch in diameter. That's south of Villa Rica, south of Winston, north of Fairplay. So this is actually pulsing back up a little bit. Earlier we weren't seeing any of that blue color at all. And those are the trends that we've been watching here. Now I just looked up, it's 9:02. If you are used to watching me at 9 o'clock, I do weather updates every night here at 11 Alive Plus right around the 9 o'clock hour. And I know I have folks who come back and watch those every night at 9 o'clock. Well, we've actually been on since 7:15 tonight, tracking these showers and storms, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for our area a little bit earlier. Now we have this severe thunderstorm warning over on the west side with large hail still possible with this out I-20 just south of Winston. This hail core right here is where we see hail around an inch or larger in diameter. I'm going to get it a little bit closer just so we can see. This is right around Post Road. All right, so you see there, let me see if any other, Clinton Road, Ephesus Church Road, Crab Apple Road, Post Road, Nolan Wood Lane. All right, so this is where we see that larger hail right there around Pool Road. This is, to the west of Lambert. All right. And again, this is over into those areas east, or actually west of the city, that is in parts of Douglas County, right here, right along I-20, where we see that heaviest, or that strongest hail core right now continuing to move down toward the south and to the east. I'll put reflectivity back on there, and there's just a lot of heavy rain with it. Plenty of thunder and lightning there, and that leading edge is pushing into South Fulton County. This line right here, so here's Atlanta, there's the west side of the perimeter, all right? This is the Fulton County line that goes into South Fulton there around Palmetto. So this leading edge is just now about to cross over into South Fulton County. There's that scan coming in right now, stretching down toward Palmetto, where we have this severe thunderstorm warning with hail and winds of 60 miles an hour or greater, very heavy rain. Now with this system, we really haven't seen any circulation with this or any rotation. We weren't as concerned about a tornado risk with this system, the way it was developing. We were more concerned about wind, rain, and hail. And hail has been the main reason we have been seeing these severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued. We're getting good rain coming down in Atlanta right now. A lot of this earlier had been north of I-20, where most of the action has been, where those storms have been strongest. Now that leading edge is beginning to move down to the south of I-20. We have a traffic camera right now in Douglas County. Ooh, look at that heavy rain. This is southbound at Man Road at Mason Creek there in Douglas County. That's State Route 8 at Man Road. That is at an intersection there. look at all that lightning. The wind is blowing the traffic lights. You see that ponding on the roadway. You see the rain moving sideways, even in those puddles. I mean, look at those street lights really moving there, blowing in the rain and the wind. Those cars are having to go slow through that intersection where there's plenty of heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. And I can't tell because it's dark whether or not we're seeing any hail with that. We've got some, looks like some big drops. Wow, that lightning just keeps on going there. Big drops hitting those puddles. Whether or not that's actual hail coming down, I can't tell. You know, a lot of times you would see hail bounce, you know, or maybe just kind of bounce a little bit as it hits, but it's just kind of hitting, yeah, and that's right at Winston, which is in the middle of that hail core, where we're seeing that right now. So we could be seeing some hail coming down along with that. Let me put the hail back on here. So yeah, that was right in the Winston area that you're seeing where, you know, again, you may be seeing, it's hard to tell because it's dark, but very heavy rain coming down. The wind is blowing. The street lights are blowing. There's ponding on the roadways right there in Winston. And we do have some hail in that area. And from what I can tell with those drops there on the road, that may be more than just raindrops coming down there. That most likely could be at least some smaller hail that's coming down right now over in the Winston area there at State Route 8 at Man Road at Mason Creek there in Douglas County. All right, let's come back to the maps because we just had another update here, another scan coming in, and this is showing a trend I don't want to see. We're seeing that hail core ramp up a little bit more. It's getting more intense. We have this blue color right here along State Route 5 where we have the hail that is getting larger. And let me get in a little bit tighter with that because I want to see. This is along State Route 5 at Fouts Mill. We are seeing hail right now that is an inch or larger in diameter in that darker blue color right now. This is at Fouts Mill right there on State Route 5, south of Wells Circle, where we have some large hail, an inch in diameter or larger. That would be golf ball size hail or larger. Maybe we're seeing ping pong ball size hail with that too, coming down on the south side. I want to take you back to Hartsfield-Jackson right now. I'm just hearing we have a ground stop right now at Hartsfield-Jackson where you can see the rain. Oh, say it one more time. Until 9:30. Look at that lightning. You just saw that behind me here. Ground stop at least until 9:30. And we're not seeing a lot of movement on the runways or taxiways. Sometimes when these ground stops happen, it may be for arriving flights and it also could be for departing flights as well. So we're not really seeing any action there at Hartsfield-Jackson right now with that heavy rain coming down. You saw all the lightning and that hail is really close by. So, you know, planes are going to have to divert around that hail. That is now over parts of Douglas County, just to the west of Hartsfield-Jackson. So that's some good new information that we got in right now about Hartsfield-Jackson. A ground stop is in effect right now for those areas. But just look at all this rain, very heavy rain, thunder and lightning, all over North Metro. Now on the west side, this is coming south of I-20. Earlier, everything was south of I-20 except for a lone cell here that was over the airport a little bit earlier. That was not classified as severe. That still is moving away with thunder and lightning. The severe stuff that was north of I-20 earlier is now pushing south of I-20, and that's all bearing down on the city. So we're getting more of that heavy rain coming in to the city of Atlanta right now. All right, there is still that severe thunderstorm warning in Cleburne. Also now Randolph County is in a severe thunderstorm warning with all of this north of Anniston. That's going to keep pushing down toward the south into not only Cleburne but also into Randolph County. We'll see how this holds together to see if we'll have any other warnings over in West Georgia, like maybe over into parts of Carroll County, Heard County, and Troup County, because all that is pushing down to the south. Now, in the city of Atlanta, we are not included in a severe thunderstorm warning right now. We have this cell that is just to the west of us. This is the one in Douglas County that I just showed you that has the heavy rain with it and the hail with it. And this part right here near the Douglas-South Fulton County line, that's moving to the south toward Palmetto. And this is about to move in. This large area is about to move in over the airport. So the airport most likely issuing that ground stop in advance of that really heavy rain that's about to move in. That has prompted the severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to be really interested to see if the National Weather Service is going to extend this warning into Central and South Fulton here, maybe into Clayton County, over into DeKalb County, as this is moving to the south. I know that Fayette and Coweta, well, northern Coweta is already in it, but I really think at least Fayette, the rest of Coweta, the rest of Clayton County will be included in a new warning, most likely, as this moves down toward the south and also to the east. And very heavy rain, thunder and lightning, strong wind, and it's that hail that has had a history of producing large hail, and we still have some of that hail here with it as well. You can still see Truist Park camera right there over right here over on the side where we have the raindrops on the lens. The tarp is on the field, and they have halted play at Truist right now. And I think it's going to take a while for this rain to get out of here. I really am not feeling very optimistic that they'll be able to get that game going, because we still have all of this from Canton to Cedartown that still has to make it through, pushing down into this direction. Even though those aren't severe, we still have heavy rain, thunder, and lightning with that. And that's all got to move on through too. So I'm not feeling very optimistic that they're going to be able to get that game resumed at Truist Park. But I do see that folks are still hanging out there at the park. I can see a couple people in the stands there, under the roofs there at the stands, maybe crossing their fingers that maybe they'll get that game in, but I'm not feeling really optimistic that they'll be able to do that. This is that heavy rain. You see that along the Douglas and Fulton County line, west of the city, right there on the west side of the perimeter. We have good rain coming down in the city right now, but that heaviest rain is going to be moving into these areas where I was sending Jonathan Martin to move down 85 here, where we most likely are going to see another severe thunderstorm warning issued there, and they are about to move into that area with that heaviest rain, and most likely there, possibly they could intercept that hail core. There it is. There's the new severe thunderstorm warning right now. You just saw it pop up. This polygon right here, brand new severe thunderstorm warning there for South Fulton County, Coweta County, Fayette County, Clayton County. This moves into Henry County. It goes down into parts of Spalding County, even into the northern parts of Pike County. I want to see what the Weather Service is saying here about this warning that was just issued for those areas that I just, okay, let me see. Hail threat is in a smaller region than the wind threat. The core that just passed through Douglas will be where the worst hail is at this time. Okay, so here is this latest severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for those areas on the south side. All right, I'm going to read you these counties here. It includes Spalding County, southwest DeKalb, Fayette, northeastern Meriwether, northern Pike County, southeastern Carroll, southeastern Douglas, northwestern Rockdale, south central Cobb, Henry, central Coweta, Clayton, southwestern Fulton County. So a lot of counties here included with this. The severe thunderstorm right now, the strongest part of that is over Palmetto, near the city of South Fulton, moving southeast at 50 miles an hour, golf ball size hail, and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are in association with that. They're saying that the threat with this is considerable. And this is, again, it's clipping a lot of counties here. A little bit of Rockdale, a little bit of South DeKalb. We have Henry in it, a little bit of Pike, much of Spalding, much of Henry, all of Fayette County, part of Coweta, also South Fulton, a little bit of Cobb. All right, so that's why so many counties are included in that warning, because it's kind of overlapping some of those right now. You guys let me know if Jonathan and them, I'm not sure if they are south of the airport yet. They're going to be getting into this area here along 85. If they get down close to Fairburn, I want to get to them pretty soon. And let me see where that hail core is right now. It's around Palmetto. So if they get to Palmetto, again, 85 south here, near just south of the airport. Okay, so they're right in this area. So they're going to be moving down here, getting closer to Palmetto. They may intercept that hail core. That's not showing the blue color anymore. It's more of the grays and some of the whites there. Still around or just maybe a little bit smaller than an inch in diameter hail there at Palmetto. But that's where we have this latest severe thunderstorm warning. So again, Jonathan Martin, we talked to him earlier. He's in our weather impact tracker. They're just south of the airport. They're going to keep going in this direction, and they most likely, when they get closer to Palmetto, they may intercept that hail core. So we'll be going back to him in just a little bit when we start seeing that rain get a little bit heavier. But multiple counties now, west and south of the city, in that, okay, it just pulsed up. Did y'all see that? It just turned blue here. Again, that is where we see those hail sizes closer to an inch in diameter. It's showing 0.9, but that's really right at about an inch in diameter. That's going to be moving really close to Union City. In fact, they should be getting closer to Union City here in a second. We might have them kind of maybe when they get in this area. This is going to be pushing a little bit closer to them with that hail that is going to be crossing over 85 here in just a little bit with that heavy rain, wind, and hail with that. And that is the strongest part of this system right now, pushing through the city of Atlanta on the west side, moving down on the south side too. And while we are here, I want to show you the airport. We mentioned the ground stop at Hartsfield-Jackson. This is about to get a lot more active here in just a moment here at Hartsfield. Okay, you see the rain, you see the wind blowing our camera. The leading edge of that heaviest rain is just now moving into Hartsfield-Jackson, and they issued this ground stop ahead of that main line so that they can make sure that there's no action going on here on the runways and taxiways with planes landing or taking off. This is the core of the leading edge of that main system, and you see the lightning there too, that's about to move in to Hartsfield-Jackson. This camera is showing Truist. We still have some heavy rain, thunder, and lightning there at Truist Park. And then Hartsfield-Jackson, I'm going to come back to this and check, check on it in just a moment. But we have the thunder and lightning there right now. And then you can also see what we're watching with this rain bearing down on the city. That strongest part, all right? Here's the city of Atlanta. We are seeing really heavy rain on the west side of the perimeter. Right here, moving in along I-20, along the downtown connector, that leading edge here, and then more of that leading edge right in this area, Union City down to Palmetto. Right here is where you see a little purple showing up here on reflectivity. That's where we have that strongest part of the cell that has the lightning in association with it, and that is getting closer to 85. Y'all let me know if Jonathan is going to be able to talk with me soon, because they should be getting close to that area where we might start seeing some of that hail coming in. If they're between Union City, really around Union City, would be a good place for them to be, getting closer to Palmetto with that hail core that's going to be moving in. So I'd love to be able to get to them in just a minute if they're ready. Okay, let's go to Jonathan Martin right now. Jonathan, hey, tell me exactly where you guys are. I know y'all just went south of the airport. If y'all are around Union City, getting closer to Palmetto, there's a hail core really close to you guys. You're already getting some heavy rain, and that hail core may be really close to you. And tell me what you're seeing.
Yeah, it feels like we may be getting close to something. We are on I-85 South heading toward the Union City area. We just passed Flat Shoals Road, and we certainly can see the rain picking up. We're seeing more frequent lightning, and even the wind is something we are now starting to notice as we enter this area. I don't know how well you can see from this camera shot. You can certainly see the rain coming down, and it is darker, so it is a lot harder to see even as we travel through this area. But again, we're noticing the wind pick up, more frequent lightning, and just the rain get more and more intense the further we get into Union City. So this is what we're seeing, Chris. I'll see if I can give you a couple of other vantage points. This is from the roads right here where you can see just a lot of the rain as it's continuing to pick up. But as you said, we might be heading into one of those problem spots. We're right now actually passing the Union City Jonesboro exit for people who may be familiar with this area.
Jonathan, I think at the next exit, I want y'all to get off there and just kind of hang there for a minute. When y'all get down, let's see, I see Flat Shoals. When y'all get down to the next exit, that may be Highway 74-ish, I want y'all to kind of get off there and hang there for just a minute, just to see if any of that hail moves into where y'all are. That's showing where we should see some of that hail, really between Union City and Palmetto. So go ahead and get off at the next exit and just kind of wait there for a little bit, and you guys might intercept that hail core. That's what is prompting the severe thunderstorm warning that you're seeing right now. And I do see that heavy rain. I can tell that wind is blowing. Y'all be careful, but go ahead and get off at that next exit there and just wait a minute, and you probably are going to intercept some of the hail that's going to be moving your way. In fact, we've got a good little core with that just to the west of Union City that's going to be moving in along Highway 92 near the Fife area. In just a little bit. So yeah, that'd be a good idea. Get off at this next exit and you might be intercepting some of that hail in just a little bit. I see the brake lights ahead of you. I see people slowing down. Tell me what you're seeing here. Those people may be slowing down because they might be moving into that hail.
Yeah, it certainly seems like people are slowing down because, as I mentioned, not only is it the rain coming down a lot heavier right now, but it's also a lot harder to see out here tonight. So you're seeing a lot of people slow down. We even noticed a couple of trucks pulling over to the side of the road, just deciding to wait this out. So it's certainly one of those situations where if you don't have to be out on the roads, as we always say, you don't want to be. But for people who are, they certainly seem to be taking it a lot slower. I'll go back to the camera where you can see yeah, we're having to just slow way down. In fact, you can see a lot of brake lights, people not moving nearly as fast as we enter this area. Again, this is right past Union City. You can see the lightning. You can feel the wind even being in the truck, the heavy truck that we're in.
Yeah, that does look.
We're seeing. I'll see if I can give you another.
Yeah, that is, wow, that lightning there too. Y'all are right in the core, or nearing the core of the worst part of this storm right now on the south side. So, yeah, I can't tell. The way it sounds on the roof, I guess those are just, I can't tell if that's any hail hitting y'all. Can you tell if that's hail or just some big raindrops there? Because the way it sounds, there could be a little hail mixing in with that.
You know, we haven't, I'm looking closely and it is starting to, Tyson, would you say this is hail?
Yeah.
Yeah. My photojournalist Tyson saying it certainly sounds like it and feels like it. It's hard to see because it is so dark.
Yeah.
But by the sound of it, it looks like I can't really even tell how large it is at this point.
Yeah, you know, and I want to hang with you guys because y'all are in the worst part of this system right now. Wow, look at that lightning. Okay, I know that Tyson's driving. I have been with Tyson in storm coverage before. Tyson has covered these storms over and over again. Jonathan, I know that you have covered weather. Number one, I want y'all to be careful. But I can tell from when that was hitting the windshield that there was a little bit of ice, a little bit of hail with that. Maybe pea-sized hail, pretty small. But every once in a while, as the windshield wiper's going back and forth, I can see a little bit of hail there mixing in with that when it hits the windshield.
Yeah. Now we're hearing it a lot more. It's coming down a lot harder right now, Chris.
Okay.
I don't know if you can hear that.
Yeah. You know, I don't know if we can do in the control room. I don't know if we can do a 2-box with this. Come back to me, but also keep that shot up over in a 2-box if y'all can do that. That's fine. That's fine. So I really don't. Okay, come back to me just for a second because I want to show what we see here with that hail, where Jonathan is right now. They were in this area, south of Union City, moving down in this area right here. So they are in this part, but we still have that hail core right here along near Fairburn. All right, that still is that dark blue color indicating hail that is over 1 inch in diameter. So what they were seeing was in this darker gray color where we had, generally some pea-sized hail. But it's going to be interesting to see with the next scans, if this is moving this way, that they may even encounter some of this larger hail that's going to be moving in as well. So let's go back to Jonathan. I just wanted to kind of show everybody here. We see what Jonathan is experiencing, but I just wanted to show you there. And we can tell by the sounds of that, those pea-sized hailstones hitting the car, just how loud it is and all the heavy rain that's coming down. So I'm not sure, Jonathan, if you can tell exactly where y'all are.
We're right here by the Fairburn Peachtree City exit.
Okay.
Like I said, we passed Union City, still heading south. and right now we don't hear as much of the hail coming down. But as you heard just about 30 seconds ago, it was coming down pretty heavy. Rain has actually slowed down just a bit as well, but visibility is still hard out here as you're looking at the shot as we pass another exit right here near Peachtree City.
Okay, so
here we hear the hail again. Do you hear that?
Yes, I do. So what I think I want y'all to do, Jonathan, go to the next exit, turn around, and go back north, because the largest hail core is kind of ramped back up now over closer to Union City. And if y'all get to the exit at 85 and Highway 138, I think that's Jonesboro Road area, getting back closer to Flat Shoals Road. So go ahead and get off the next exit, turn around, and go back north. I know you're already experiencing hail right now, but we might get y'all into that larger hail core crossing over 85, most likely around Highway 138. That's closer, really, around, Highway 138 there on 85. So turn back around, go back north. Y'all are doing great. You went exactly where we thought we would get into the worst of it. You are in that right now, but I don't want you to just go ahead and turn around, come back up to the north. And by the time y'all get back up closer, just south of Flat Shoals, you are most likely going to be intercepting the part of the storm that has the largest hail with it. So we'll come back to you guys in just a little bit. We'll give you all an opportunity to kind of turn around there. And what we're going to do, Jonathan, we're going to keep your camera up here on our 2-box. We'll take your mic down. I know you and Tyson will need to talk to each other about where to go there. But we want to keep an eye, because y'all are in the worst part of this system right now. And this is why we're covering this for you wall to wall on 11 Alive Plus. All right, there's another bit right there. All right, we're seeing the blue showing up right here. This is along 85. So they're down in this area. They're going to turn around and go back north and most likely intercept this one. This is right at the Shannon Mall. I know Jonathan can probably hear me. You don't have to talk to me, Jonathan, but it's up there at the exit at Shannon Mall is where I want y'all to kind of go back up north toward, because that's the part with that largest hail core. And I wouldn't even be surprised if you guys saw any hail maybe collecting on the side of the road in the median or on the sides there. So they're going to turn around, go back to the north, up toward the Shannon Mall area, and they're going to get into that main core of that hail that's coming down. There's another hail core down near Oakley Industrial Boulevard near Fife and Bohannon Road. That's kind of ramping up a little bit here too. So plenty of action there. That's where we have the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. So as I'm talking to you, we are going to keep the camera here on the side so you can see those storms of what our weather impact tracker is experiencing with all the heavy rain, thunder and lightning, and even the hail that is moving through those parts here on the south side. And I'm going to get in a little bit tighter because I know that now that we're in a smaller box, it might be a little bit harder to see this. In fact, go ahead and come back to me full screen, and we'll go back to that double box here in just a second. But this is what we're talking about with that heaviest part south of the city along 85 South. We put them in that area there so they could intercept and show you that worst part of that. Now we're seeing a lot of that push over into northern parts of Clayton County. And let's get another look at the hail with that. So again, gosh, that blue color is actually growing a little bit here. They're south of the airport around Union City, right here, all right? This is at 85. So Jonathan and Tyson are right in this area here. They're going back up north to kind of intercept that part of the cell right there at Union City. And you see even some of this hail getting closer to Hartsfield-Jackson. I'm going to show you that camera again. The last time we showed you Hartsfield-Jackson, the camera was shaking because of the heavy rain. We had a lot of strong winds there too. And you can see the raindrops that are hitting the lens. A ground stop at Hartsfield-Jackson right now. I believe when they issued that, they said it was going to be until 9:30. I really think they're going to have to hold on to this a little bit longer. I know they know what's best down there. Still plenty of lightning, heavy rain there. So I'm really thinking that this ground stop is going to be lasting a little bit longer at Hartsfield-Jackson. We've got a hail core, a large hail core just near west and south of the airport. So I know you don't want any planes taking off, landing in that. In fact, they're probably having to divert a lot of flights around that as they're circling around, waiting to hopefully land here at any time. But this is going to take a while. because of that ground stop that we have going on right now at Hartsfield-Jackson. You can see all of the lightning there with it too. So very active night with numerous severe thunderstorm warnings that we were watching earlier on the north side. Right now, the main warnings, so we had a lot on the north side earlier. We still have a lot of rain north of I-20, but just not any warnings. We're not seeing any additional hail north of I-20 anymore. Rain, thunder, and lightning, very impressive there. But this is the part that is most active right now from Atlanta southward, 85 south here. As that moves down to the south, we have hail on the south side, numerous counties in this severe thunderstorm warning as that keeps pushing down toward the south. And we did have a severe thunderstorm warning coming out of Cleburne County. We were wondering if that would move into Carroll or Haralson County. So far, it has not, which is a good sign. We're watching this that's moving down into Randolph County, Alabama, coming out of Anniston. We'll keep an eye on that to see if that holds together into Carroll, Heard, or Troup County, or maybe into Coweta County. But the main one we're watching is right where Jonathan Martin is right now in our 11 Alive weather impact tracker, where we have that heaviest rain coming through. Let's go back to Jonathan if we can. I know they were going to turn around. I would just like to kind of see where they are and what they're experiencing. Jonathan, I can tell you guys just got off the interstate here and turning back around. Still heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. Tell me what you're seeing.
Yeah, Chris, we're heading actually back south. We just got off of the Palmetto exit, heading back toward Union City, where you wanted us to really be to see where most of the action is right now. We had a little trouble getting here, obviously, because of just how slow we had to go with the conditions. Continuing to see a lot of the heavy rain, continuing to see the lightning become more frequent. But what we haven't seen as we continue to go south was the hail. That really was in that main area that you talked about in Union City, in that area where we are heading back toward now. A lot of brake lights we're seeing out here tonight. A lot of people slowing down. We've even seen a number of vehicles, in particular a lot of trucks, pull over in this rain. A lot of people just decide to sort of like get in a safe space and wait this out. So that's what we're seeing. Again, we're heading back toward the Union City area, as you mentioned, near the Shannon Mall exit. So I assume that's where we may see more of the hail and some of the action pick back up again.
Yeah, and you're maybe on the back edge of this. So as y'all are moving south, that system is pushing to the east. And that hail core that we were watching up around the Shannon Mall area is now not as impressive as it was. So as y'all go up 85 north, now back up toward the Union City area, you're going to be now on the back edge of the hail moving in. So I do think you're going to see a little bit more, but now that strongest hail core is actually moving down more to the south. And it's really kind of hard to chase these hail cores as they move through. Man, I just saw that heavy rain hit your windshield there. The heaviest part of this now is getting closer to Tyrone and near Sandy Creek Road. So it's now kind of east of 85, moving on closer to Fayetteville is where we see that main thing now. So y'all were in a perfect spot to show us the hail just a little bit earlier as it was moving on through there, Jonathan. Now that main hail core is pushing over toward Fayetteville and the Tyrone area, pretty much crossing over 85 now where y'all are going. So you're still going to be experiencing a lot of rain, a lot of wind, and as you can see, all that lightning out there too. Are you seeing about how fast, I mean, are people, I see a lot of brake lights and it still looks like y'all are going at a pretty good little clip there. What are you going, like 35, 40 miles an hour?
Closer right now to, I'd say maybe 50 or 60 miles per hour is what we're seeing people go just in this particular spot. But I will tell you, just earlier in some of the spots, you had people, everyone with their hazard lights on, everyone slowing down as we were really in the thick of things, if you will. But right now, where the rain is slowing down just a bit and the cars are not as numerous out here, we're seeing people go a little bit faster, but still overall slower than they normally would, probably at this time of night.
Okay. So keep an eye when y'all get closer to Shannon Mall. That main hail core has already crossed over the interstate. But when y'all get closer to that, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe y'all saw a little bit of hail that might have collected on the side of the road, but you may not, because that moved through pretty quickly. There might not have been enough of that to fall that would maybe collect on the side of the road. But just kind of keep an eye out on that. And then we'll come back to you guys a little bit later Jonathan, I haven't heard of much damage. I know that you guys are also on the lookout for any damage out there. I haven't heard of a lot of damage yet, but we do have some of the hail that was considered possibly considerable damage that it could have done to some cars there over on the west side. So we'll let you know if we hear of any other stuff there as you continue to travel there along on the south side.
All right, we'll check back with you shortly, but we're not too far from that Union City exit, so we'll let you know if we see anything pop back up. But right now, again, just mainly rain. Well, actually, you can see the lightning as well. I'll go back to our shot. We're continuing to see some pretty impressive lightning every couple minutes or so.
All right, Jonathan, thank you so much for that live report. We'll come back to you in just a little bit. To our guys in the control room, I'm not sure when we have our next cut-in on 11 Alive, so y'all don't let me miss that. I feel like that was coming in this half hour. Oh, 7 minutes out, okay. So we're gonna do the same thing. When we are about 5 minutes out from that cut-in on 11 Alive, I'm going to come down here at 11 Alive Plus just briefly. We'll have the radar maps up, you can still watch it. I'm gonna do this cut-in on 11 Alive, and then I'll be right back to you to continue our live coverage here as we track these storms that are moving through. As I have zoomed out a little bit, let's do another one of those lightning checks. Here, we're going to query this area. I'm not going to include this stuff around Birmingham because I didn't include that later, okay? I'm still going to use the same area right around here to see what the lightning count is to determine whether or not we're seeing that lightning number come down or if it's actually going up a little bit. And if you'll recall earlier, we were at about 199, it's gone back up a little bit, 228 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. Now that is including this over in South Carolina, but that's all part of the system here. So not really seeing much in the form of weakening with these storms that have a lot of thunder, lightning, wind in association with it, and also that hail. So if you are in the city of Atlanta, we have heavy rain right now. We have thunder and lightning. We have wind. We're not seeing the rain over the city, or not seeing the hail over the city of Atlanta, but we are watching some of this hail that is on the south side right now, that hail core. Wow, okay, so it's coming back to blue here, right along Highway 54 between Tyrone and Fayetteville. So here's Fayetteville, here's Highway 54, Tyrone Road, there's Tyrone, this is south of Lee's Mill. There's that hail core right here, still showing some blue, indicating hail of around 1 inch in diameter, golf ball size hail there on the south side, and that is moving over to the east. So this most likely, if this holds together, even seeing some of the darker blue coming back in there now, this most likely is going to move into this direction near Woolsey, near Lovejoy, possibly making it over to Hampton. We have a tower cam in Hampton at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. We'll be checking that out if it makes it to Hampton and that hail still holds together there near the Sunnyside area. and we'll be able to see whether or not there is any hail coming out of that. Even though it's dark out there, we'll keep an eye on that. So did we say 4 minutes away? Okay, so what we're going to do, guys, on 11 Live Plus, thank you for watching. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. I'm just coming down for a brief moment. We're less than 5 minutes away. I've got to do a cut-in on 11 Alive just to let our viewers there know what's going on with these storms. We are thankful that you are here with us. Don't go away. Stay with us while I'm going away just for a moment to reset to do this live cut-in on 11 Alive. You'll still be able to see the radar that we have up with this severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect there on the south side. And then we will be back with you. Right when I finish that cut-in on 11 Alive, we will come back and give you another live update with more continuing coverage right here on 11 Alive Plus. Stay with us. Welcome back. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team, where we have a weather impact alert that remains in effect. We have been with you with continuous coverage since around 7:15, walking you through these storms that are rolling through. We would only take a couple of breaks every once in a while so that we could do a live update on 11 Alive. That's what we just did. When we left you, we kept the maps up for you so you could see what we're watching here. And this is the really heavy rain that's moving through our area right now. Thunder and lightning and hail. The severe thunderstorm warning, the only one that we have in effect right now in the metro area, is on the south side with this warning right here that is including a small part of South Fulton County, a little bit of Coweta County, really much of eastern Coweta County, northern parts of Pike County, Spalding County, all of Fayette County, all of Clayton County, into Henry County, a little bit of South DeKalb, and a little bit of southern Rockdale County. With this part of the system moving over Peachtree City right now, pushing into McDonough, that we still have moderate to heavy rain in Atlanta, but the bulk of this heaviest rain is pushing down to the south of us right now into those areas, again, of Clayton, Fayette, Henry County, Coweta County, with the thunder and lightning and very heavy rain coming down right now. That's where we have the severe thunderstorm warning. I want to give you the expiration time on that warning. This is going to be in effect until 10 o'clock tonight for again, those main counties that you see here. There are some other counties, a few smaller spots in those counties that are included in that severe thunderstorm warning too. I want to show you what we're watching with our tower cam. This is going to be a dark camera, but I want to show this to you because this is Atlanta Motor Speedway at Hampton. It's hard to see. Number one, there's only a couple little lights on at Atlanta Motor Speedway. But I'm showing you this because you can see all of that intense lightning that is coming through AMS right now. So I'm going to leave this camera off to the side. Even though this is dark, you're going to be able to see all of the lightning in association with it as the system continues moving on through. Here is a look at up to the north in Coldwell Banker camera there in Blue Ridge. Still some thunder and lightning, just not as active in Blue Ridge as it was a little bit earlier. But a lot of rain continuing to move on through those spots in North Georgia. I'm hearing from the National Weather Service that they are about to trim back part of this severe thunderstorm watch. Now, this is supposed to be in effect until midnight. It still covers all of North Georgia, all of Metro Atlanta, over toward Athens and over to the Macon area. And let me see what they just said here, that they are about to trim back some of that watch. Even though we're getting some rain, they're going to be removing the northern portion north of I-20 and northward, but they may be adding a row of counties on the southern tier of the watch. So even though we have a lot of rain and still thunder and lightning north of I-20, the severe weather threat is pretty much ending on the north side. So in a little bit, we're going to see all these counties disappear, generally, roughly north of I-20. But we're going to hold on to these counties south of I-20 as these storms that are still strong on the south side. And they're saying they may add a few counties, another tier of counties there on the south side as that system continues pushing on down to the south. So we're going to see that disappear here in just a minute. We'll come back and check on that in just a little bit. It's going to take them a little bit of time to activate all of that and take some of those counties out. But as you can see, on the north side, we still have rain and thunder and lightning, but it's just not severe anymore. It's just some good heavy rain that's coming down right now on the north side with all that thunder and lightning. Very heavy rain coming down over the city of Atlanta. But the heaviest of the rain is, is just on the south side for that severe thunderstorm warning that is still in effect for those spots that I mentioned a moment ago. Parts of Coweta County into Fayette, also Spalding, a little bit of Pike right here, Henry County, I mentioned all of Fayette, Clayton, parts of South Fulton, a little sliver of South DeKalb, a little sliver of southern Rockdale County. But this heaviest rain right now is this part right here that's moving into McDonough. It's over Atlanta Motor Speedway. We're seeing that right here. I know it's dark, it's hard to see, but I just want you to see all of these flashes of lightning that keep taking place here with that action that's on the south side right now. And you can't even see, I mean, there is a light. This is the raceway right here, but you can't really even see that because it's so dark. We just have one light that's on there. but all the lightning kind of illuminates that every once in a while. That heaviest part goes south of, in the southern parts of Fayette County, moving into Spalding County here near the Griffin area, where we're seeing that heaviest part of the rain come in. And if you have been watching us, you will know that we have been tracking some of those hail cores that have been very impressive. At times they would ramp up, and then at times the hail would get a little bit smaller. Then we would see some pulses where we'd see some blues showing up here in the hail estimates around that. A lot of times they were around an inch in diameter. Right now we're seeing mainly the gray colors here from Bonanza, getting closer to Hampton, near Woolsey, down in the southern parts of Fayette County, where we see hail a ½ inch to 3/4 of an inch in diameter, getting closer to an inch in diameter. When you see the blue colors show up, that's where we start to get closer to an inch in diameter. And every once in a while, we see those hail cores ramp up. Then the hail gets a little smaller, then it gets bigger again, based on what we're seeing from our estimates here on our Doppler radar right now. That can also detect with dual pole radar from the National Weather Service, detect some of that hail there, and the large hail size with it as well. But the strongest of the storms now are pretty much on the south side. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's about to come out. Let me see if they have trimmed this watch back while we're waiting for that new severe thunderstorm warning to come out. Okay, the watch has not been trimmed back yet, but we're about to see a new severe thunderstorm warning come out with this. Okay, there it is, just in here. This is for another row of counties along this line. All right, there's that leading edge into Henry County, down into Spalding County. Now this yellow polygon that you see right here, that is the latest one that has just come out, and this does include the rest of Spalding County, much of Henry County. This goes up into parts of Newton County, actually Newton County's, Jasper County right over here, a little bit of Newton right here, Butts County, going down into parts of Monroe County. Upson County is included in this, Pike and Lamar County also included in that, as that line of showers and storms moves in. Let me tell you what the National Weather Service is saying there in that official warning. And I'm going to go ahead and read to you all of the counties because it's a lot of pieces of these counties. Spalding County, all of Spalding County is in that. Northeastern Meriwether, Pike County, Monroe County, which is down near Forsyth, Georgia. That's just north of Macon. Upson County, that's in Thomaston. Butts County, that's Jackson, Georgia, not Jackson the county, but Jackson the city. Northwestern Jones County, that's in the Macon viewing area. Southwestern Newton, that's out I-20 east. Southwestern Rockdale, that's south of Conyers. Henry County, near McDonough, where we were showing you that earlier. Northwestern Crawford County, that's down toward Macon. Jasper County, over to the east that I just pointed out. Lamar County, also to the south of us. Numerous counties there. We have severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from near Kellytown. So Kellytown, that's where we had the tornado warnings on Monday morning, where we had a confirmed tornado. So they're having more strong storms there in the Kellytown area right now. It's going from Kellytown to near Highland Mills, near Worcester, moving southeast at 40 miles an hour. $half size hail with that. That has been observed by the public, not just radar indicated $half size hail, but the public saying that, and it can do damage to vehicles. So the hail size has been observed, of that size around at 1.25 inches in diameter. The wind is around 60 miles an hour, and we have those winds around 50 to 60 miles an hour there right now. So that is that latest warning. Let me see some of these reports that are coming in, and you will see pea-size hail at McClendon Airport there near Fayetteville that came down just a little while ago. Those are just some of the latest reports that we're getting. Now, we're not really getting any damage reports. Let me put our damage reports on here just to see any local storm reports if they've been coming in. So we see, let me see if that's some wind and hail reports there on the west side. Most of this on the north side, the blue circles that you're seeing, is where we've seen a lot of hail reports from a little bit earlier. We do have some wind reports. Let's just check on a couple of those here on the west side. So you can see here those areas that we are watching. I'm just going to query this one right here in South Fulton. Okay, that's showing a precipitation rate. All right, we have thunderstorm wind damage up around, okay, let me see if this one will show up here too. Okay, so let me do this off air then. Paulding County, tree down along Highway 61 near Ladora Drive. Let me erase this, and I'm going to do some of these that I can just see myself here. Tree down in a vehicle along Liberty Road, that's in Douglas County. Also tree on a house in Jims Court. We also have quarter-size hail in Douglasville, tree on a house around Laurel Ridge Court, Jims Court as well. So there, we do have some trees down in Douglas County. Hey, Bill. So I'm sorry, you guys, when you're with me here, we're on live with you, but at the same time, I have to communicate with our executive producer. I'm going over some storm reports in Douglas County. I don't know if the desk wants to call their emergency.
We're headed to a tree on a house.
In Douglas?
Douglas County.
Perfect, because that's exactly what I wanted to tell you. Great. So our desk already knew about that as well. And so they have that information coming in from Douglas County. So I'm glad that they have that. And we have somebody on the way to hopefully be able to report on that for us tonight at 11 o'clock tonight. So this has been mainly hail, mainly heavy rain, and also wind. And some of that wind has been causing some damage in some spots. So I'm beginning to see a few more reports coming in for that. Here is the National Weather Service. Let's go back to this watch. They just said they trimmed this back. And we should see some of these counties here disappear in just a second. They are adding some counties on. So what they did is they're adding some counties on the south side. From Macon southward. Remember, this stopped it from Macon over toward the LaGrange area. Now they've added a few more counties here on the south side, but in a little bit, we most likely are going to see some of these counties north of I-20 disappear from this severe thunderstorm watch. Let's see here. Yeah, so we'll see if that's going to hold together. That's different from what he said. So we'll see if that comes together. Trim the watch. Yeah, so we'll watch. I'll come back and check on this in just a little bit here, that the watch is supposed to be trimmed back up in far north Georgia, or north of I-20 here. But they did extend it to include a few more counties there on the south side. And then there is that large severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for areas south of I-20. With that very intense line of storms moving through, that leading edge now coming through Henry County into Spalding. This is going to be moving into Butts County in just a little bit, and this part of it is moving into Pike and Lamar County in just a little bit too. So that is going to keep pushing down toward the south. That's where we have the strongest part of the system, with still the potential for some hail with that. And as you see around Atlanta, we still have some heavy rain coming down. You know, I want to check on some of the rainfall amounts. When we were telling you about the rain that was going to be coming in. All right, let's see if this populates here. For some reason, this isn't showing up. We were telling you that we were going to see some heavy rain come in, but that is going to be a pretty fast mover, and that we might not see some good rain amounts. Here's a look. This just populated. We do have some spots where you see the blue in South Fulton. That's over an inch of rain. Over on the west side in parts of Haralson and Polk counties, about a ½ inch. We have another area right here that's over 2 inches. So the blues that you're seeing is where we see rainfall amounts more than an inch. So some pretty impressive rainfall amounts. This actually is outperforming what our models were showing us. We do see some areas Over in Gwinnett County, less than a tenth of an inch. Parts of Cobb County, about a half inch. So we have some differing rain amounts depending on which areas were under those heavier rain amounts that were coming in, those heavier rain rates that were pushing on in. And now we're seeing most of that heaviest rain pushing on the south side. So you kind of see this here, that elongated area of very heavy rain. That is the worst of it, all right? That's the heaviest rain. That's where we're seeing the better chance for hail. That's where we're seeing the wind on the south side. But we still have good rain coming down in Atlanta and north of I-20. Still a really good coverage of rain pushing through, but that is no longer severe, and it most likely will not be severe. And that's why the National Weather Service was talking about taking much of the area north of I-20 out of that severe thunderstorm watch. Now, we also have to keep an eye on this stuff back in Birmingham. This is actually kind of ramping up a little bit more with heavy rain, thunder and lightning here around the Birmingham area, stretching back over toward just south of Fayette, Alabama, getting closer to Tuscaloosa and Alabaster. This is going to be moving into this direction, but could clip these areas maybe near LaGrange, possibly a little bit later if those hold together. But our atmosphere might be a little more worked over by the time that stuff over near Birmingham moves through. But still more that we're going to have to watch for the rest of the evening hours. I just noticed we're at the top of the hour here, 10 o'clock. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb. You are watching our live continuing coverage here on 11 Alive Plus. We have been with you since 7:15 tonight. We only came down for a brief few minutes to do a couple of live updates on 11 Alive. But when we did go down, we kept up the radar for you so you could continue seeing what's going on. We're still with you, and I'm going to hang with you most likely through our 11 o'clock newscast. Now, I'll probably have to come down around 10:45 at least. We'll have another cut-in coming up in our 10:30 half hour, and then I'll have to get everything ready for the newscast. But we've been with you for a long time, and we're committed here on 11 Alive Plus to give you as much extended coverage where we may not be able to cut in. Like, of course, we cut in on 11 Alive when we have tornado warnings or when big-time impactful storms are moving through. We've been doing just a few cut-ins on 11 Alive through the evening hours, but most of our live extended coverage has been here on 11 Alive Plus. And tell your friends, let everybody know, if you're watching us right now, that just because we're not on TV doesn't mean that we're not with you on 11 Alive Plus. And that's what we have been doing here throughout the evening hours. Again, since 7:15 tonight, long form coverage tracking these storms moving through. And we have been witnessing heavy rain, wind, and even some large hail. Let's go back to the hail core, the cores that we're watching with this. We're not seeing as much as we had earlier, but down near Griffin right now, that is where we're seeing the largest of the hail right now. This is close to an inch in diameter along Highway 19 here, closer to the Griffin area, where we see that hail that's moving through there, pushing down to the south, closer to Orchard Hill. That may cross over 75 in just a little bit. So this is the area in Spalding County where we have that severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect. It includes numerous counties. Atlanta Motor Speedway right here in Hampton, you're still seeing a lot of thunder and lightning. It is not as intense right now as it was earlier. The rain has come down a little bit. I know that it's hard to see. There aren't a lot of lights on right now at Atlanta Motor Speedway, but we do have the thunder and lightning still there right now. I believe I'm going to take you guys. Let me take this camera over to Coweta County. Here, that's going to show up in this screen right here in just a second, I believe. Yeah. So there's Coweta County. We can see something there a little bit better with the courthouse. We do have raindrops on the lens. You can see the trees blowing a bit, and we're most likely going to continue to see some lightning flashes there too. But most of the heaviest action right now is on the south side, south of I-20. Speaking of that, let's go back to the severe thunderstorm watch and see. Yes, okay, so they did take those counties out north of I-20. So still a few counties here, like Rockdale, Newton, Walton, you're still in it. Morgan County, over near Madison, you're still in it. Greene County, still in it. But generally, north of I-20, you still have rain. It is still heavy. You still have thunder and lightning, but we're no longer concerned about anything severe on the north side. So that watch, the north side of the watch, is no longer in effect. They trimmed out all those counties. So even though you're dealing with a lot of rain on the north side, you can go to bed a little bit easier knowing that the severe weather threat for you is over, generally north of I-20. It's just mainly this on the south side where we are watching still those storms that are moving through with severe thunderstorm warnings. And even Douglas County, Carroll County over on the west side, you're no longer in that severe thunderstorm watch either. But where we have those severe thunderstorm warnings southward to Macon and southward, that's where we still have that potential for severe storms. Bill, you need me for anything?
You send Jonathan somewhere? Would you have an idea?
Unless y'all know of any other damage, I'm afraid I don't want them to go too far. Like they're going to end up in Macon, which we don't need them to be if they keep following this. So if they want to just show there's still going to be rain around Atlanta, they can stay close by. Or if they hear of any damage, they can go find it.
They're heading northeast.
Okay, great. Again, when we're on live, part of my job as well is, as chief meteorologist, is to let our newsroom know also what we're watching. And be able to direct our crews into which direction to go. We're sending a crew to Douglas County where we have a report of a tree on a house there. We're sending one crew there. You saw Jonathan Martin earlier in our weather impact tracker. He was right in the middle of one of those hail cores that came through a little bit earlier. They're now moving back up closer to Atlanta. There you can see it right now. They're moving back up north. They were down in Union City and Palmetto. They're coming back north to the city, and they're going to be in a position where they can move to follow any other damage reports that we might get in, and they'll be able to show us what's going on in Atlanta. Even though it is the heaviest stuff is on the south side now, you can see from that shot getting closer to Atlanta that we still have good rain coming down and still some thunder and lightning there too. So it's my job to also direct our newsroom managers and planners there. And so when you're watching us with his extended coverage on 11 Alive Plus, you're able to see a little bit of the background stuff where I have to communicate to them as well to help get our coverage going for the 11 o'clock show. Okay, I just got good news. Let's go back to Hartsfield Jackson right now. I'm being told that the ground stop has been lifted at Hartsfield Jackson. So here we see Hartsfield Jackson right now. Runways and taxiways are still wet. We're not seeing as heavy of rain coming down. We're not seeing the camera shaking anymore. And so they have just lifted that ground stop there at Hartsfield Jackson. Hopefully they can get the traffic. Well, there's some more lightning coming in, but again, they're all professionals there at Hartsfield Jackson. They have meteorologists there as well, guiding the decisions that are being made about this ground stop being lifted. And we most likely will come back and check on this in just a little bit. In fact, I can't tell. Okay, now we're seeing there was a plane on the other side of that I just saw moving a little bit. So we'll come back and check on this camera in just a little bit. But even though that ground stop has been lifted, I know that there are going to be a lot of backups where you have a lot of those flights that were waiting to land, a lot of the flights that were waiting to take off, and that's just going to be like a domino effect for delays coming up at Hartsfield Jackson. In fact, let me go back to this and put this up and see if they're putting any delays up. Okay, so they're saying 90-minute delays right now at Hartsfield Jackson. So with the ground stop being lifted, we have those delays of all the flights that were waiting a little bit earlier, and now at least 90-minute delays at Hartsfield Jackson. So if you're going there to catch a flight, if you're going there to pick someone up at Hartsfield Jackson, hopefully you can check their specific flight on an app or on the webpage of the airline to see how those arrival times and departure times, yeah, there's a good bit of lightning there too, how those arrival times and departure times are being impacted there with these delays. With, again, the ground stop lifted, but we still have a lot of delays that are going on right now at Hartsfield Jackson. In fact, we can go in a little bit tighter here, and we're going to look at radar. This is going to show up in just a second, where, you know, this is Hartsfield right here, in this section right here. and it's lighter rain right now, but there's still a lot of heavy rain all around and still some thunder and lightning. And you saw some of those lightning flashes that were showing up on our tower cam at Hartsfield. And on the north side, still dealing with some good heavy rain coming down and even thunder and lightning, but we just don't see the severe weather threat anymore here on the north side. But that heavy rain coming in over Lake Lanier, about to cross over 985 and 85 there in Gwinnett County. That rain just isn't over yet. And it's going to take a little bit during the overnight hours for these showers to end. And then, as you can see here, most of that severe weather threat is down on the south side right now, where we have multiple counties in the severe thunderstorm warning, still stretching from Henry County here in McDonough over into Spalding County, Pike, Lamar County, Upson County. This also goes into Monroe County, into Jasper County, Butts County, Henry County, we mentioned parts of Newton County there too, where we have this very large severe thunderstorm warning, as this part is the strongest part of the system with that heaviest rain and also with the hail that has been holding together. We have not had any tornado warnings tonight. This was a system that we were telling you that this tornado threat was very low. We weren't really overly concerned about a big time tornado threat or a tornado outbreak. It was mainly just heavy rain, wind, and hail. As we're telling you at 4, 5, and 6 o'clock tonight, this system had a better chance of having hail with it than many of the other systems that we've been watching, just because of that cold core aloft. We were able to kind of see that there, knowing that hail would be more of an issue. And speaking of that, here is a look at that hail core, still showing some blue color there between Griffin and Barnesville, right at Orchard Hill in Milner. This is along Highway 41. There's Zebulon. This is down in south of Griffin, south of Spalding. This is into parts of Lamar County, where you get closer to Milner in the Zebulon area coming out of Pike County. Here's 75 there. So that's where we have that hail core right now. This continues to move into this direction down toward the south and also the east. And that hail core has been holding together pretty well. It will ramp up a little bit and then come back down. Here's another look. Let's take a look at the lightning count. If you've been watching us, we've been showing you the lightning count. Okay, again, I'm not going to include that over in Birmingham because I didn't include that earlier, but what I want to see from this, and I'm not going to include that over toward Columbia either, about 166 lightning strikes. So if you've been watching us tonight, we show you this lightning count, trying to draw this in the same areas so that we can get an even comparison of whether or not the lightning count is coming down or going up. Earlier, we had a lightning count within a 15-minute period in the same area of about close to 300 lightning strikes. It was about 290-something lightning strikes. It then went down to like 225. It hovered in that area for a while. Then we got down to 199, and now it's 166 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. It doesn't mean that the storms are over. This is just showing us a trend that when you see those lightning numbers coming down, that is an indication that it is in a weakening trend right now. So that's what we're seeing with this now. That lightning count is coming down as we're seeing not as many lightning strikes as we saw, but there, as I mentioned, that there's still some lightning out there, and still 166 lightning strikes in a 15-minute period is still a lot, but we're just not seeing as much as we did a little bit earlier. And most of the strongest stuff is well to the south of us, south of I-20. Moving down closer to Thomaston, that leading edge. Also Eatonton near Lake Oconee. You're getting heavy rain, thunder, and lightning just next to you over into parts of Newton County, Jasper County here. That's where we're seeing some of the heavy rain continuing to come down. This is the heaviest part right here. There is Pike County. This is Lamar County. Here's Upson County right here. So along 75, as you get closer to Macon, this is the part right here where we're seeing that heaviest rain move through, where we still have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Now, Cleburne, actually Randolph County here, moving down south of that near LaGrange. Severe storms over in Alabama, but the National Weather Service has not issued any additional warnings here in areas of Heard or Troop or Meriwether or Coweta. as these may be staying just below severe limits. Even though it's still heavy rain and thunder and lightning, we don't have anything severe going through there right now. But this part right here that just moved through Griffin is moving through the Barnesville area. That is where we are seeing the, again, here's Barnesville, that leading edge of the strongest storms through those areas of Butts County, about to move in Monroe County here. That would be outside of our viewing area. Over south of the city, moving closer to the Macon area. Still watching that stuff though in Butts County, moving into Jasper County. That still may make it into Putnam County over around Eatonton. But that is the only warning that we have in our entire area. And as we mentioned, the National Weather Service has taken out the severe thunderstorm warning for much of North Georgia. This was supposed to be in effect until midnight, but now the severe weather threat roughly north of I-20 is now gone. No longer any severe weather threats on the north side. Most of the severe weather threats are still on the south side here with that main line that continues to push on down to the south. Now, Alabama is keeping Cleburne and Randolph County in their watch because we have that additional storm activity that is firing up over in the Birmingham area, and that could move into Cleburne and Randolph. So we'll have to keep an eye on that to see how and if that holds together. But what I really think is going to happen, actually, those warnings in Birmingham have expired and they haven't issued any other ones. What's happening as this moves to the east, well, there's a new one right there that just popped up. As this moves over to the east, it is going to be moving into an area that's already pretty worked over by the storms that have already fallen. So I wouldn't be surprised if this warning over just to the east of Randolph County, west of Randolph County, if that is not going to hold together moving into Cleburne or really Randolph County or down to the south, because we have already seen severe storms there. And as this moves in, it'll be moving into an area that's already been worked over by the storms. So I don't expect to see, we'll wait and see. But at this point, I'm not feeling very optimistic that they will keep moving that storm that's in Talladega as severe, as holding on to severe status, pushing into Randolph County or even into parts of West Georgia too. So there is that main warning there on the south side, moving out of Henry into Butts, into North Monroe County, north of Forsyth, and into areas of Lamar County and into Upson County. Once that main area moves out, our severe weather threat is really going to be diminishing here, even in those areas south of I-20. So I wouldn't be surprised if the National Weather Service takes out even more counties in that severe thunderstorm watch. And if they do hold it together, it's all going to expire at least by by midnight, except for maybe some of those counties that are Macon and southward. Those may hold on just a little bit longer there as well. So there again is a look at this in motion. We are seeing some improving weather. I'm just making sure here nothing new is coming in. We are even watching the conditions drying out a little bit in Rome, where the rain has stopped there. West Georgia, the rain is ending, and North Georgia, still some of that rain, heavy thunder and lightning at times, but we're seeing some improvements here in West Georgia that will keep moving over to the east, and we might even see this rain ending pretty soon in Atlanta, and then going toward the morning hours, mainly dry to wake up, but we won't see the rain chances going away, because in the afternoon tomorrow, we're going to have a few scattered showers redeveloping. They won't be severe, but they'll be redeveloping later tomorrow afternoon, and they'll just be scattered, only about a 30% chance of that. On the back end of this system, the wraparound moisture that's going to be moving in, where we're going to see that potential for, again, some scattered showers. So a break in the action late tonight and early tomorrow morning. Then we'll continue to see a few scattered showers in the afternoon hours as the system continues to push on down to the south with that severe weather threat too. So let's see, I can't remember the expiration time. I want to see what time this warning expires. It is supposed to expire at 10:30. I just have to fix my IFB, my earpiece here. It is supposed to expire at 10:30 for all of those counties on the south side. And then it'll be interesting to see if the National Weather Service issues any additional ones. Well, look what back in Alabama they did. They just issued a larger severe thunderstorm warning there. in Alabama. So we'll have to keep an eye on that moving into Cleburne and also Randolph County in Alabama. This is near Sylacauga and Lineville. So this one was because of that. Now because of this, they're issuing another larger severe thunderstorm warning. So we'll have to watch to see how that holds together into southern parts of Randolph County and into those areas to the south here. But again, as this moves to the south and east, it's moving into an area that might be already worked over by the storms that were strong in West Georgia. So I don't know that that's going to extend into Georgia anymore. So if we get this warning expiring at 10:30, we may be able to take a little bit of a break here to get ready for our 11 o'clock show, and we'll keep the maps up for you. Through 11 o'clock, we'll have our newscast on at 11 o'clock here. But again, I want to be really interested to see how this all holds together and what additional warnings could be issued on the south side or over south and west of Atlanta there near the Georgia-Alabama line. And then, of course, we'll have more coverage for you coming up tonight at 11. So we're hanging on with you at least for another 10 minutes until 10:30. Then we'll keep the maps up for a bit and then rejoin you at 11 o'clock with our newscast where we'll have Jonathan in the Weather Impact Tracker. We have a crew out in Douglas County where we had a tree on a home, and we'll be able to give you team coverage here of this entire system as it pushes on down to the south of us here during the late night hours tonight, with some improving weather overnight, as well as tomorrow morning seeing some nicer weather that'll be moving in too. I would expect that they may take a few of these counties out of this warning in just a little bit, and they might shave some of those out and just concentrate on like Butts, Lamar, Upson, Monroe, and areas of Jasper County, maybe moving into Putnam County. But this is the main part right here that's pushing down to the south, closer to Macon. And then again, watching this stuff in Alabama to see if any of that holds together into West Georgia. But West Georgia's already seen some good heavy rain come down with thunder and lightning. And so it's going to be a little harder for those storms in Alabama to stay strong as it moves into those areas, as I mentioned, that are already pretty much worked over by that system that is moving in on the south side. I want to check on that hail core again here on the south side. And it is not that impressive now either. Earlier around Barnesville and near Milner, we were seeing some blue colors within this. This is our hail detector. We see grays here getting closer to white. That's around a half inch or a little bit more than a half inch in diameter of some hail coming down. So this is going to be crossing over 75 north of Forsyth, Georgia. That's in Monroe County. That hail core is going to continue pushing on into that direction. But again, we're not seeing the blues like we saw a little bit earlier, which was indicating the hail that was an inch in diameter or larger. But still, some of that hail that's going to be crossing over 75, getting closer to Forsyth, Georgia, coming out of Barnesville in Lamar County, moving into Monroe County. That's the strongest part of this system now, well to the south of us, getting closer to Macon. So this warning expires at 10:30. I really wouldn't be surprised if, let me check back over here, if the Weather Service is giving me any indication if they're going to be taking some other counties out. So, okay, they're just saying that they're going to, okay, yeah, we'll wait and see if they're going to just let that expire or if they're going to take some counties out of that in just a little bit. And let me see here if we've got any other indications here. Jackson County up near Commerce, we have a lot of reports of some damage there. Up near Nicholson, Brockton Loop, a lightning strike on Trillium Drive with a large hole in the roof. Pendergrass had some power outages there as well. That's up in the Jackson County area up near Commerce when we were watching those severe thunderstorm warnings there. Troup and Meriwether County, you're going to see some winds ramping up to 40 to 50 miles an hour. They may, again, they're saying they might issue a warning there in West Georgia, waiting to see how that all is going to be holding together there from that system coming out of Alabama. So that's what we're going to be watching next. Number one, to see if that warning to the south of us is supposed to expire at 10:30, if they issue another warning south and east of that to include any more of our counties, or if that at Alabama is going to be able to hold together moving through Randolph County, and if that'll hold together pushing into any parts of Heard or Troup County. We'll wait and see how that goes with those storms, again, moving through those areas that, again, are pretty worked over by the storms that have already taken place. So here, again, is what we're watching, putting this into motion, seeing some breaks. In fact, let me show you the Rome tower cam that I'm going to put here. It's going to show up, and I'm going to put this up full. Guys, just go ahead and keep this up full for a second, and I'll show you the Rome tower cam. So look at that. The radar was showing that it's quiet in Rome right now. Of course, the roads are still wet. We don't see any additional rain coming down. We're not seeing the wind, but the roads are still wet. As we're seeing in northwest Georgia, things are calming down. Go ahead and keep that there, and I'm going to put up the Georgia Tech camera, because here in the city, we are still seeing the rain that's coming down. This is a view looking just to the east from Georgia Tech, looking eastward, I guess, again, toward the downtown area. Still have some rain coming down, but it's not crazy rain right now. Let's look at our Circle 75 Office Park camera. Tarp is still on there. Let me go and look at my Twitter feed. I've been monitoring the Braves page, where, let's see here, if they were talking earlier about the game being delayed and stopping, but I want to look back. Oh, here we go, and see if they gave any other indications. We continue. 34 minutes ago, they said we continue to monitor the weather and will provide updates as they become available. So that was 34 minutes ago. I think it's still going to be pretty wet out there. We still have some lightning around. It's about 10:25. Again, we'll wait and see what they decide to do. I just think it's pretty unlikely that they're going to be able to get that game in with the heavy rain and the lightning that's around, even though things are going to be a little bit calming down some tonight. But I still think they're going to have some rain. It's going to be really hard to get that game in tonight. So again, that was an update they gave us 34 minutes ago. We'll wait and see what they say here coming up soon. So here is a look again at radar. Let's come back to me at the touch screen. And this is the area that we're watching with all that heaviest rain on the north side. Now remember, I just showed you Rome, all right? No rain right now in Rome. And our tower cam confirmed that. Even though the roads were still wet there, no additional rain is coming down right now up in Rome. And things are calming down in West Georgia near the Alabama line, I-20 northward. Still, we have these storms there south that are getting closer to LaGrange. Atlanta still has some good moderate to heavy rain. The lightning count, though, is coming down. Still a little bit of lightning over here in Gwinnett County. Moderate to heavy rain, even up into parts of Hall County. But things are settling down on the north side. They took numerous counties, most of the counties north of I-20, out of the severe thunderstorm watch. Most of the counties in the watch are still on the south side. We have this warning here on the south side that is supposed to expire at 10:30. And it looks like that is going to expire. They may issue some additional warnings here, maybe to include Putnam, possibly down toward Bibb, maybe Jones County might be in some of those warnings here on the south side. And then again, also watching these storms back in Alabama that are moving closer to Cleburne and Randolph counties here. Actually, there's Cleburne, this is Randolph. To see if these hold together and if we will have any additional warnings over into West Georgia. We've had some strong winds ahead of that with an outflow boundary. And also this that you're seeing here is a little bit of an outflow boundary that's developing ahead of that line. So a lot of wind out there with these storms, even ahead of the storms, as they continue to move down toward the south and to the east. So it's 9:28 coming up. Let's see what happens in 2 minutes with this warning here, this polygon that is about to disappear, we think, on the south side when that expires at 10:30. And then we'll see if the National Weather Service issues any other warnings down to the south of that. And so still a lot of thunder and lightning. We have this hail core that really is now into Monroe County near Forsyth along 75, and it's only the gray colors, which is really maybe some pea-sized hail left over. So we haven't seen that hail core ramp up anymore. It's really starting to weaken somewhat, and then nothing else is showing hail except for this over the line west of LaGrange, south of Roanoke, a little bit of hail getting closer to West Point Lake there. So for the most part, everything is showing signs of calming down. Let's put this into live mode. I want to look at and again, I'm not going to include this in Birmingham because I didn't include that in the count earlier. But what we're watching here, let me erase that. What we're watching here is doing a query over North Georgia and whether or not we are watching that lightning count. Okay, so what they're doing here, okay, let me do the lightning count first. 166 still, so that's pretty much holding steady. What the National Weather Service is doing here, they just issued another severe thunderstorm warning, but this is all pretty much out of our viewing area. Let me put the counties on here right now. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Baldwin, Bibb, Houston, and Monroe counties. None of those counties belong to us. I want to just look. So that would be near Milledgeville, south of Eatonton. Yeah, so this does not include any of our counties here where we have this latest severe thunderstorm warning. So we're coming up at 10:30 right now at the top of the hour. We're going to see this one warning most likely here. This polygon should be disappearing any moment now right here, as this now is moving into this new severe thunderstorm warning. And okay, it just disappeared. So as of right now, we do not have any warnings in our Atlanta viewing area. It's now down in the Macon viewing area where we have these warnings. What we're going to do, we need to regroup right now. It's 10:30. We have an 11 o'clock newscast coming up. I have been on with you wall to wall since 7:15. I also have to do another cut in on 11 Alive coming up here in just a couple minutes. So there are no warnings in effect right now for our area. We're going to watch this stuff in Alabama and see if any warnings are going to extend over into maybe Heard or Troup County. And we'll have the crawl running across the bottom of the screen when that happens here on 11 Alive. And you'll be able to see that pop up because even though I'm leaving you right now, we're going to leave the maps up and you'll be able to see if any other warnings are issued here for our area. But for the most part, things are getting a little bit better. I'm going to step down for just a moment. We're going to regroup for our 11 o'clock show. I've got to cut in on 11 Alive in a moment. Then we're going to get everything ready for our show tonight at 11. We'll have maps up between now and then we will join you at 11 o'clock right here on 11 Alive Plus for 11 Alive News at 11. Thanks for watching tonight. More updates to come.